Chapter 47:33. In the underground world under the crouching dragon lake, Gu Fei was fighting the Kraken. Their battle was so intense that the sun and moon seemed to have lost their light. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, but it didn't have much impact on this world. This world was too stable. The two powerhouses rushed into the ground. When Gu Fei broke through the soil layer and rushed out, he was immediately taken into his inner world by the black robe octopus. Haha, you're dead this time, aren't you? In the dark void, the Kraken's arrogant laughter resounded. This was the infernal purgatory created by the Kraken. The Kraken was the supreme ruler of this place. Then come and kill me. Gu Fei wasn't nervous at all. Go to hell. A huge figure appeared in this dark space, and the next moment, the figure directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei didn't even think about it, and directly punched with his extreme breaking fist. The moment Gu Fei punched out, his imposing manner skyrocketed, and his strength was infinitely close to the eternal realm. When he punched out, the entire dark space shook violently. Bam! The black shadow that rushed towards Gu Fei was directly punched by Gu Fei, and a big hole appeared in the infernal purgatory of the Kraken. How is this possible? Seeing the scene, the Kraken's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Since he created the infernal purgatory, no one had ever been able to break his infernal purgatory. But today, this guy actually broke his inner world. This was something that had never happened before. For me, nothing is impossible in this world. After saying that, Gu Fei rushed out of the big hole that had been created. Damn it! The Kraken was shocked and angry. He could only retract his inner world and rush out. However, what awaited him was Gu Fei's blade. Swish! With a flash of blade light, Gu Fei directly split the Kraken that had just emerged from the void in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After all, this octopus monster was a half-step, eternal-level existence. Although Gu Fei's saber attack injured his Tao body, it was still impossible to kill this guy. Rumble! At this time, the surrounding void trembled. The two halves of the Kraken's body emitted a dazzling divine light, and the two halves connected again. A bright light flashed, and the Kraken's body that was split in half by Gu Fei's sword actually regenerated, as if it had never been injured. Hey, you do have some skills. Seeing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Kraken is much stronger than he imagined. At this time, the Kraken has already revealed its true form. It's an octopus much larger than a mountain. Every tentacle of this octopus is bigger than a mountain range. A terrifying aura erupted from the octopus's body. Swish! The Kraken's 8 tentacles danced at the same time, directly wrapping around Gu Fei's body. Haha, watch me roast you. Gu Fei laughed and punched out. Monstrous divine fire suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, directly drowning the Kraken in a sea of flames. Terrifying fire elemental power spread throughout heaven and earth. Gu Fei's first move was the fire element fist. With his current extreme Tao cultivation base, this fire element fist directly attracted endless divine fire. The Kraken immediately struggled in pain, no longer able to attack Gu Fei. Soon, the aroma of burnt meat filled the air. This, on the mountain, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect, was also stunned when she saw this scene. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time with this guy. He directly rushed up and stomped the octopus monster down from the sky. Then he used the eternal devour spirit ability to frantically devour the octopus monster's yuan qi. The Kraken was frightened to the extreme, struggling desperately. However, its essence power was constantly being devoured by Gu Fei and turned into Gu Fei's own strength. Countless rays of divine light rushed out of the Kraken's body and converged on Gu Fei. Soon, the Kraken was exhausted, suppressed by Gu Fei, and madly devoured his vitality. In less than half an hour, most of the Kraken's essence power had been devoured by Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. rays of chaotic divine light intertwined around him, as if a god of chaos had descended upon the world. "Submit to me and you can live," Gu Fei transmitted to the Kraken. He didn't have any subordinates in Eternal World, but this Kraken was qualified to be his subordinate. "Don't even think about it." The Kraken only replied with 2 words, "Gu Fei." "Fine, I'll send you on your way." Gu Fei no longer spoke any nonsense and continued to devour the Kraken's essence power. Soon, the Kraken begged for mercy in horror. If its essence power continues to weaken, it will die. "Don't, I surrender, I surrender." The Kraken immediately gave up. Too late. Gu Fei no longer wanted to talk nonsense with this guy. His own strength is more important than anything else. He can recruit subordinates in the future, but what he needs to do now is to strengthen himself first. "Don't, I'm willing to submit." The Kraken was really anxious. However, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to it. "Damn it, then let's die together." The Kraken wanted to ignite its essence power and self-destruct, dying together with Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei directly sent out a few hand seals to suppress the power that was about to erupt from the Kraken's body. The Kraken really can't die even if it wants to." It begged Gu Fei to spare its life. However, Gu Fei didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He just kept sucking and sucking until the Kraken became a dried octopus. "Ha!" Gu Fei stopped devouring and let out a long sigh. He has absorbed too much essence qi, and he has an urge to spit it out. After his cultivation recovered to the extreme grade realm, Gu Fei found that it was very difficult to improve his cultivation. Even after devouring all the essence power of a half-step Eternal Realm creature, his cultivation only recovered to the middle-level extreme grade. Moreover, after reaching the extreme grade realm, even if Gu Fei continues to devour the essence power of extreme grade supreme, he can no longer improve his cultivation. Only by devouring the essence power of creatures with higher cultivation than himself can he improve his cultivation. After the Kraken's essence power was devoured by Gu Fei, it died. Both its body and soul were destroyed. That eternal level dragon, Gu Fei stared at the dragon in the big lake at the top of the mountain. However, he soon dispelled this idea, because once its life is threatened, the dragon is likely to wake up from its slumber. At that time, let alone devouring the dragon's energy, he might lose his life at any time. "Let's get out of this damned place first." Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the entrance to the underground world. Chapter 4734. There was actually a dragon in the Eternal Realm hidden in the underground world. This made Gu Fei very puzzled, but he did not want to disturb this sleeping dragon. This was very unusual. One had to know that an Eternal Realm creature was the most powerful creature that Gu Fei knew, but this dragon obviously wanted to go one step further. Was it possible? The dragon skin that he saw in the huge cave should have been left behind by this dragon. The aura of that dragon skin was exactly the same as the aura of the dragon. Could it be that there was a higher realm above the Eternal Realm? Did something happen to the dragon during its metamorphosis, and that's why it fell into a deep sleep? Gu Fei rushed all the way to the entrance of this world while thinking about this matter. This was something that he had never thought about. He always thought that the Eternal Realm was the end, but now it seemed that the Eternal Realm was not the end. Was there no end to the path of cultivation? He was also very curious about what kind of realm was above the Eternal Realm. Rumble! At this moment, the entire world suddenly shook, and a terrifying spiritual consciousness instantly shrouded the entire underground world. All the creatures were terrified to the extreme. What? Gu Fei was taken aback and almost fell from the sky. That dragon has awakened. The thing that he least wanted to happen had happened. In fact, when he devoured the dragon's dragon essence, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. At that time, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a creature spying on him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" A bell-like voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. That voice seemed to have a mysterious power that could captivate one's soul, causing Gu Fei's consciousness to become muddled. Roar! Gu Fei roared, bit the tip of his tongue, and instantly woke up. Terrifying, Gu Fei knew that he was in big trouble now. He had still alarmed this dragon. Wait, why did this voice belong to a woman? Could it be that the old dragon of Mount Fulong was actually a dragon girl? Moreover, the voice was not old at all. Of course, it was not strange for an old monster that had lived for countless years to have the appearance and voice of a little girl. Gu Fei himself could barely be considered an old monster. But didn't he still look like a teenager? Run! Gu Fei soared into the sky and rushed towards the entrance of this world with all his might. However, right at this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly dispersing the clouds in the sky and slapping down at Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He felt as if a terrifying divine mountain was suddenly pressing down on him, and all the bones in his body were about to shatter. The power coming down from this giant hand was simply too strong. Even if his cultivation was fully restored to the eternal realm, he might still not be a match for it. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful existence. Boom! Gu Fei was directly slapped down from the sky by this giant hand. The giant hand followed him like a shadow and directly imprinted on the ground. In the next moment, the entire earth was violently undulating like waves due to the impact of the mighty power of the giant hand. Mountains directly collapsed and turned into dust, and countless creatures suffered. A great sage-level creature rushed out of the collapsed mountain, and then directly collapsed into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, its body and soul were destroyed, and it could not be more dead. On the ground, a huge handprint appeared. The handprint was slender, and the 5 fingers were slender. At a glance, it was obvious that it was the handprint of a woman. This destructive palm had shaken the entire underground world. The destruction it had caused was simply unimaginable. This is 2F** King Ruthless. In the depths of the earth, Gu Fei lay in the cold soil, and his whole body was paralyzed. On his eternal martial body, cracks appeared one after another. His eternal martial body was almost smashed by a slap just now. Gu Fei used the eternal devour divine ability, desperately devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to repair his injured body. In the depths of the earth, there was endless essence energy of the earth veins. Gu Fei's injured body was rapidly healing, and the cracks on his body were gradually disappearing. You actually didn't die? That melodious voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind once more. This young master will not die so easily. Gu Fei said, then let's do it again. The voice said, I'm going to faint. Don't. If you do it again, I will really die. Gu Fei immediately admitted defeat. This guy's cultivation had probably surpassed the eternal realm. Otherwise, how could he hurt his eternal martial body? At this moment, Gu Fei only felt a force wrapped around him, and then he flew out of the ground, directly flying towards the sacred mountain where the giant dragon was. Soon he was captured by that terrifying existence and brought back to the peak of the sacred mountain, where he was thrown to the ground. Gu Fei realized that the giant dragon in the lake had disappeared. On the surface of the lake, there was a blurry figure standing in the air. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, even with his martial path heavenly eye, he could not see this figure clearly, let alone the appearance of this existence. But one thing was for sure, this guy was definitely a woman. Gu Fei was extremely depressed. Ever since he had started his cultivation, this was the first time he had been abused so badly by a woman. Yu Huang was also caught, lying on the ground shivering. You too sure have some guts. How dare you kill my little pet? The voice from before rang in Gu Fei's mind. Oh, Supreme Dragon Lord, I am not a match for your pet at all. How could I possibly kill it? Yu Huang said with a trembling voice. The terrifying aura that was emanating from the other party made her soul tremble. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Dragon Lord? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but think of the old tortoise in the heaven realm. The dragon race of the eternal world is much stronger than the dragon race of the heaven realm. If this so-called dragon lord descended to the heaven realm, he would be invincible. I don't think you can kill my pet, the mysterious dragon lord said. Hey, I say, why did you raise an octopus monster as a pet? What a heavy taste, Gu Fei said casually. This guy, Yu Huang, who was next to him, heard Gu Fei's words and was shocked. Little guy, are you really not afraid of death? The voice of the mysterious figure on the lake suddenly turned cold. TCH, don't scare me. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Gu Fei said with a chuckle. Little guy, people who are too smart often don't live long. The mysterious figure said coldly. It seems that I am very stupid. That's why I survived until now. Gu Fei said seriously. At this time, Yu Huang's heart was about to collapse. This guy is simply crazy. Provoking this lord is simply courting death. I will die because of him. Haha. Chapter 47:35. In the mysterious world beneath the dragon-subduing lake, there was a huge divine mountain. This divine mountain was located in the center of this mysterious world, towering into the clouds. However, there was a huge lake at the peak of the mountain. At this moment, a mysterious person with a blurry figure stood in the air above the lake. Gu Fei was miserably captured by this mysterious person, but he was unperturbed. He could already tell that the other party would not do anything to him, because if the other party wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. Why would they bother talking nonsense with him? Ha ha! The mysterious existence above the lake suddenly laughed. Little guy, you're very smart. Since you killed my little pet, then you can be my pet. The mysterious existence said with a smile. F*CK. I'm a man of indomitable spirit. Why would I be your pet? Gu Fei was enraged. At most he would die, but he would still be a good man after 18 years. Humph! The mysterious existence sneered. Without making any movements, Gu Fei felt his chest being hit by a force. In the next moment he was sent flying backward and smashed into the ground. However, he immediately got up, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. You're asking for it. Yu Huang shook her head when she saw this scene. How could I bear to kill you? The mysterious existence said indifferently. What are you trying to do? Gu Fei stared at the blurry figure above the lake and said with a solemn expression, What I want is something that you will never think of. The mysterious existence sneered. TCH, you just want to take another step forward. Gu Fei said with a look of disdain. You actually know. The mysterious existence was shocked. Everything she did was to break through to the eternal realm. She wanted to see if there was a cultivation realm above the eternal realm. Is it that hard to guess? Gu Fei did not think much of it. The existence on the lake pondered for a moment. Then she grabbed at Gu Fei with her right hand. Gu Fei immediately felt an invisible force enveloping him. In the next moment, he flew towards the existence on the lake. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. This was the first time he had been abused so badly. Moreover, this guy was a woman. This made him somewhat unable to accept it. If Old Tortoise and the others were to find out that he was being abused by a woman in Eternal World, they would definitely laugh their heads off. It was too shameful. The mysterious man pointed a finger at Gu Fei's forehead. Runes were imprinted on his forehead and planted on his soul. Then, with a wave of the mysterious man's right hand, Gu Fei flew out of the lake and landed on the shore. What did you do to my body? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. It's nothing. I just placed a restrictive technique on your body. The mysterious man smiled. Gu Fei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had always used this method to control his subordinates. Who would have thought that today Gu Fei would be the one being abused? All right, the mysterious man said coolly. You are now my followers and subordinates. Do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." The mysterious man's voice was cool. Gu Fei was truly speechless and depressed to the extreme. How awe-inspiring was he in the heaven realm and the mortal realm. He was simply invincible, but now he was someone else's subordinate. Yu Huang, the holy daughter of the eternal immortal sect, didn't feel embarrassed at all. The mysterious man was far stronger than anyone she had ever met. Strength reigned supreme, and since he wasn't as strong as this man, he could only admit defeat. "Back off, all of you," the mysterious man suddenly said. Then the entire divine mountain began to shake. This Gu Fei shot up into the sky and retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Yu Huang didn't dare to tarry, and she retreated as well. At that moment, one crack after another appeared on the surface of the gigantic sacred mountain, as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! The entire sacred mountain exploded with a deafening boom. What? Gu Fei was stupefied when he saw this. What's going on? One after another, dragon shadows rushed out of the mountain. Powerful energy waves erupted from the dragon shadows. It was incomparably terrifying. Earth vein draconic energy? Gu Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The mysterious person rushed up, then opened her mouth and sucked. The dragon shadow that rushed out from the ground was sucked into her mouth and swallowed. Gu Fei and Yu Huang's jaws nearly hit the ground when they saw this. Umble. Heaven and earth shook violently. With the original divine mountain as the center, mountain ridges rose from the ground one after another. These ridges directly collapsed, and dragon shadows formed from the dragon chi of the earth veins rushed out one after another. The mysterious man was madly devouring the earth vein draconic energy. Soon, all the earth vein draconic energy in the underground world was devoured by the mysterious man. This was a fatal blow to the entire world. The ground sank and the sky cracked. This was the true destruction of heaven and earth. Damn it, this guy is a lunatic. Gu Fei rushed towards the entrance. This world was about to be destroyed. If he didn't leave now, would he be waiting for the world to be destroyed? Yu Huang was running as well. The two of them, one in front and one behind, directly rushed into the entrance and rushed towards the ground. Boom! With a deafening boom, the entire underground world disappeared. It had completely disappeared, and everything returned to its original point. The mysterious man had disappeared as well. Swoosh! With the sound of water splashing, Gu Fei emerged from the dragon-subduing lake. "Hey, someone's coming out." As soon as Gu Fei came out, he alerted the people around the dragon-subduing lake. A huge hand grabbed at Gu Fei, trying to take him down. Get lost! Gu Fei smashed the huge hand with a single punch. By the time he punched out a second time, he had already arrived in front of the young man who had attacked him. Boom! With another deafening boom, the warrior's body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. This guy, the surrounding experts, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Swoosh! With another splash, Yu Huang rushed out of the dragon-subduing lake. Compared to Gu Fei's pathetic state, Yu Huang was not injured at all. Because she did not dare to anger the mysterious man, she did not suffer. Chapter 47:36. Who dares to provoke me? You must have a death wish. Gu Fei was already in a bad mood, and now someone had ambushed him as soon as he emerged from the lake of submission dragon. How reckless! I have a powerful treasure on me. Come and take it from me if you're not afraid of death. Gu Fei stood in the air, his gaze sweeping out in all directions. No one dared to make a move against him. Would it kill you to keep a low profile? Yu Huang said snappily, "Low profile, my ass. I'm in a bad mood right now. I want to kill someone." Gu Fei was so depressed he could vomit blood. He had always been the one to take in subordinates, and he was always the one to abuse others. He never dreamed that he would one day be under someone else's control. Is this guy crazy? Everyone was speechless. This guy had lied about having a powerful treasure on him, and was trying to lure others into attacking him so he could kill them. Furthermore, this guy was with Yu Huang, so he was definitely no saint. After all, Yu Huang was a holy maiden of the eternal immortal sect. How could anyone who stood with her be a weakling? As long as you like it, Yu Huang said coolly. All of a sudden, the waters of the lake of submission dragon began to boil. Beam after beam of divine light shot out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the heavens. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended between the heavens and earth. It was as if an unparalleled world lord was looking down on ants on the ground. Eternal! All of the powerful beings in the vicinity of the lake of submission dragon were shocked, and some even turned to flee. Was someone of this level finally going to make a move? Even Emperor Ziyang Wu Ji and the others were shocked. Extreme paragons were no different from ants in the face of an eternal being. Something's up. An ancient voice boomed down from the heavens. A giant golden hand descended from the heavens, grabbing at the dragon-headed mountain in the center of the lake of submission dragon. The hand covered the entire sky. An important figure was trying to take away the dragon-headed mountain in the center of the lake of submission dragon. The entrance to the creation cave abode was on the dragon-headed stone mountain. If this giant hand grabbed the dragon-headed stone mountain, would it also grab the entrance to the creation cave abode? It was still unknown whether the Eternal Realm Supreme Power could shake the bronze door at the entrance of the Fortune Cave abode. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared on a mountain peak in the distance, evading the golden hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Yu Huang also avoided it. An eternal level big shot had taken action. No matter how powerful she was, she wouldn't dare to go against an eternal level big shot. After all, that would be no different from courting death. Yu Huang was not stupid enough to court death. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed towards Gu Fei on the mountaintop and directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. "You bastard! I thought you died in the dragon subduing lake." The man thumped Gu Fei's chest and said, "This." Gu Fei was at a loss of what to do. The person who threw herself into his arms was Hung Xian. "Girl, where are your manners?" A dignified voice sounded, and then a figure appeared on the mountain top. The man grabbed Hung Xian's collar and pulled her out of Gu Fei's arms. "Father, what are you doing?" Hung Xian flailed her arms and legs, trying to break free from her father's grasp. However, with her saint-level cultivation base, how is it possible for her to break free from the hand of a half-step eternal realm existence? "You are the Southern Overlord?" The Southern Overlord who guarded the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was definitely a powerful figure in the Eternal Divine Dynasty. He was an overlord and also one of the successors to the throne of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Gu Fei carefully sized up this famous figure in the southern border of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. He had been mining in this guy's mine for 3 years. At the thought of this, Gu Fei felt terrible. The experience of mining was really unbearable. He had suffered a lot and suffered a lot of humiliation. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This experience had tempered his Tao heart and made it easier for him to integrate into the eternal world. This southern tyrant king was clad in purple divine armor. He had a burly figure and a mighty appearance. He exuded an aura of might without being angry. He was definitely a real man of steel. It turned out that Hung Xian did not look like her father. While Gu Fei was looking at the Southern Overlord, the latter was also looking at him. "Boy, you dare to be rude to my daughter? How dare you?" The Southern Overlord stared at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei suddenly felt a considerable pressure. The pressure of a half-step Eternal Realm expert was no small matter. If it was an ordinary extreme Tao supremacy, they would naturally be unable to withstand it, but it was useless against him. His cultivation base was firmly suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws of the eternal world, but his martial body was the true eternal martial body. This would not change. Seeing that Gu Fei's expression didn't change under his pressure, the Southern Overlord couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this brat's cultivation was not bad at the mid-level of extreme Tao. He was barely worthy of my precious daughter. Just as Gu Fei and the Southern Overlord were staring at each other, a terrifying battle had begun above the Dragon Submission Lake. This was the attack of an eternal existence. Two eternal powers collided continuously, releasing a terrifying power of destruction. The area around the Dragon Submission Lake shook violently. The great earth pump created a series of abyss-like cracks. Mountains crumbled one after another. Countless experts retreated further away in fear. The eternal level existence who wanted to take away the dragon-headed stone mountain in the center of the dragon-subduing lake was stopped. The two eternal existences did not show themselves. They were fighting across the sky. Two blurry divine sense shadows moved rapidly above the lake, fighting endlessly. Even this battle was not something an extreme Tao supremacy could intervene in. Where did that abominable guy go? Gu Fei noticed that the mysterious man did not come out from the Dragon Submission Lake. Did he die? That should not be the case. How could such a powerful existence die? Who could die? That guy could not. Gu Fei increasingly felt that the death of the Dragon Submission Mountain's old dragon was a trap. Since it was a trap, it must have been set up for a reason. Because the mastermind would not be so bored as to set up a trap to trap others. There must be some shocking secret hidden in this. Who cares about the shocking secret? I just want to regain my freedom. I say, Southern Overlord, do you want me to be your son-in-law? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Arrogant kid. The Southern Overlord was a little angry when he heard this. Is my precious daughter not good enough for a brat of unknown origin like you? Chapter 47:37. Rumble. In the sky above the dragon-concealing lake, two blurry figures were moving rapidly and fighting fiercely. The power that erupted from the two figures was earth-shattering. If it wasn't for the dragon-concealing lake, where there was an inexplicable force that froze the entire area, the entire dragon-concealing lake would have been destroyed the moment the two great figures fought. Moreover, what shocked everyone was that the two figures above the dragon-concealing lake were not the true bodies of the two eternal supremes. They were just energy clones condensed by the two eternal supremes. The figures were blurry, giving off an ethereal feeling. The means of the eternal supremes were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even an energy clone could directly kill an extreme-grade supremes. While the two eternal level bigwigs were fighting across space, Gu Fei was blocked by the Southern Overlord at the top of the mountain. He could neither leave nor stay. The entire dragon-concealing lake was boiling. At this time, those extreme-grade supremes could no longer intervene and had retreated to the side to watch the battle. Even in the eternal world, it was rare to see a battle between eternal-grade supremes. Little guy, come back to the Southern Prince Mansion with me, Southern Overlord Hung Batian said. No way. Gu Fei shook his head. Why? Is my precious daughter not worthy of you? Southern Overlord Hung Batian said coldly. Hung Xian was a princess, and Southern Overlord Hung Batian was the overlord with the highest status in the eternal divine dynasty. No, I already have a wife. Gu Fei said. Ha, that's easy. A man can marry as many wives as he wants. It's not a problem. Hung Batian laughed. Dad, when Hung Xian heard Gu Fei had a wife, she couldn't help but feel unhappy. You are my son-in-law. Go back and marry my precious daughter first. Hung Batian said, and strode forward. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. He wanted to take Gu Fei away. Damn, I've heard of stealing a wife, but never a son-in-law. Gu Fei was speechless. If you've never heard of it, I'll let you experience it for yourself, Hung Batian said proudly. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold laugh resounded. After that, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth. Everyone felt as if the surrounding space was about to freeze. What's going on? All the extreme-grade supreme martial artists near the dragon-concealing lake were shocked. Could it be that another eternal-grade supreme martial artist had taken action? Even Hung Beishin's right hand, which was about to grab Gu Fei, stopped in midair. All of you scram! A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked again. The boiling lake also calmed down completely. The lake was as calm as a mirror. Humph! What right do you have to tell us to get lost? That's right, who do you think you are? Two aged voices came down from the heavens. You'll know who I am soon. The pleasant voice rang out once more. In the next moment, a black hole appeared on the surface of the lake. Then, the two blurry figures that were engaged in a fierce battle were instantly swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! The two eternal-grade supreme martial artists were instantly enraged. A ray of saber light suddenly appeared in the void. The saber light instantly soared for thousands of miles, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. At the same time, the other eternal-grade supreme martial artist also made his move. A peerless sword light descended from the sky, destroying everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. However, a terrifying devouring force was produced from the black hole above the lake. It directly swallowed all the saber light and sword chi that descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the combined attack of two eternal-grade supreme martial artists. How could it so easily dissolve the attack of two eternal-grade supreme martial artists? This scene made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. At the same time, two divine arrows suddenly shot out from the black hole. The two divine arrows instantly disappeared into the void. Then, two exclamations rang out from the heavens. The two terrifying eternal-grade supreme martial artists disappeared. Several drops of blood floated down from the sky. Each drop was emitting endless eternal light. It was as if several small divine suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. Good stuff. All the extreme-grade supreme martial artists near the Dragon Submission Lake went crazy. Their eyes were red. Gu Fei and the Southern Overlord were the same. Without thinking, they directly rushed towards the few drops of eternal real blood that floated down from the sky. Their speed was extremely fast. Eternal real blood was something that could only be encountered by chance. Each drop of eternal real blood contained an eternal grade, Great Tao Law. It was enough to make an extreme grade supreme martial artist go crazy. The existence in the black hole did not seem to care about these drops of eternal real blood at all. It did not take them away. But Gu Fei and the others were different. This was an opportunity for them to achieve Tao. If they could get a drop of eternal real blood, Gu Fei's cultivation could directly break through to the peak of the extreme grade. In that case, he would have the power to protect himself in the eternal world. Dad, Gu Fei! Seeing that her dad and Gu Fei had run away, Heng Xian-er, who was on the mountaintop, was so angry that she stomped her feet. That's mine. All of you get out of here. The Southern Overlord displayed amazing combat power. He directly blasted away several extreme-grade supreme martial artists around him. These extreme-grade supreme martial artists exploded into clouds of blood mist in the air. Then Gu Fei, who rushed up, opened his mouth and inhaled. The essence, chi, and spirit of these extreme-grade supreme martial artists were all absorbed into his body. Nanbatian, I'll fight you. Then, with a roar, a figure rushed over from the side and blasted a punch at Nanbatian. It was a powerful, half-step eternal existence. Afraid that you have teeth to bite me? Nanbatian sneered. He rushed forward and fought with that person. But Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to take away a drop of eternal real blood. Then he turned around and fled. He was very clear that with his current cultivation, it was already very good to get a drop of eternal real blood. Gu Fei was never too greedy. Nanbatian was extremely fierce. After exchanging a dozen moves, he smashed his opponent's head with a punch and killed him directly. It was a clean and neat move. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Nan Batian also took a drop of eternal real blood and left. The remaining eternal true blood caused the countless experts in the surroundings to go crazy. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fought with all their might, wanting to kill each other. After a chaotic battle, there were many casualties. Blood dyed the lake, and the void was filled with the smell of blood. Chapter 47:38. In the depths of the Hidden Dragon Mountains, at the border between the Celestial Continent and the Martial Continent, a black hole appeared above the Hidden Dragon Lake. The eerie black hole was frantically devouring the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. A terrifying aura that could cause even half-step eternal realm existences to tremble surged out of the black hole. All living beings who sensed this aura were terrified. The existence within the black hole was extremely powerful. Without even showing its face, it had chased away 2 mysterious eternal realm existences, shocking everyone. Moreover, what shocked everyone to the extreme was that the 2 eternal realm existences were actually injured. Several drops of eternal true blood floated down from the sky. They were supreme eternal realm existences, yet they were injured by the existence within the black hole and even lost a few drops of eternal true blood. How could anyone not be shocked? Eternal level supreme existences could also be injured. At this time, in order to fight for the few drops of eternal true blood, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Experts were constantly falling, their corpses falling into the Hidden Dragon Lake, dyeing the lake water red. It should be noted that those who were qualified to fight for the eternal true blood were all extreme Tao Supremes. If the extreme Tao Supremes fell in the heavenly realm or the human realm, it would cause a huge commotion. Heaven and earth would mourn, and earth-shattering phenomena would appear. However, in the eternal world, the death of the extreme Tao Supremes did not affect the heavenly Tao of the eternal world. The heavenly Tao of the eternal world was simply too powerful. The battle at the Hidden Dragon Lake continued. At this time, Gu Fei was hiding in a cave near the Hidden Dragon Lake, preparing to refine the drop of eternal true blood he had snatched. Rumble! A drop of blood floated in front of Gu Fei. Although it was just a small drop of blood, a thunderous sound came from it. This drop of eternal true blood contained the power of the great Tao of lightning. This was the power of the eternal realm. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the drop of eternal true blood that floated in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if countless lightning balls had exploded in his body. The terrifying power of destruction wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his vitality. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the Eternal Devour great divine ability to refine the eternal level lightning Tao power in his body. At this time, the Southern Overlord grabbed his precious daughter and left the dragon-subduing lake and the dragon-subduing mountains, returning to the Southern Overlord's monarch city. Tyrant Heavenly King City was the largest and oldest city in the entire southern region of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. It was home to hundreds of thousands of people. In the outskirts of the tyrannical Heavenly King City, there were millions of humans living there. Of course, there were also quite a number of foreign races living there. After returning to the tyrannical Heavenly King City, Nan Batian immediately locked Hung Xian up while he entered the cultivation room and began his seclusion. "Tisk, why are you fighting for a few drops of blood so happily?" The black hole above the dragon-subduing lake suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, a figure appeared in the void. Her bell-like voice rang in the ears of everyone present. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. No one could see the figure clearly, not even half-step eternal realm existences. The blurry figure exuded an earth-shattering aura. Boom! She stretched out a hand towards the dragon-headed stone mountain in the center of the dragon-subduing lake. The dragon-headed stone mountain that had existed for God knows how many years exploded. A bronze gate rose from the dragon head stone mountain in the center of the lake and flew toward the blurry figure. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh sounded out. After that, a large black hand stretched over from afar. It grabbed towards the bronze door with the intention of taking it away. Powerful eternal demon power erupted from the black hand. Those who were fighting for the eternal true blood were unlucky. They were affected by the eternal power, regardless of whether they were extreme Tao Supremes or half-step eternal realm existences. They instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. What? Countless experts nearby broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the scene. If they went forward to fight for the eternal true blood, wouldn't they also die? Is it the patriarch of the eternal demons? Someone exclaimed, "Scram!" The figure above the crouching dragon lake waved his sleeves, and the black hand instantly dissipated in the void. The eternal level power that erupted shook the void. One after another, transparent ripples spread out in all directions. At the same time, a black figure appeared opposite the blurry figure. A battle between eternal realms. The onlookers were frightened and immediately retreated further away. This was a battle between eternal realm experts. Once they got caught up in it, they would definitely be destroyed in body and soul. Two lunatics. Although Gu Fei was hiding in the cave, he could still sense the two powerful auras. One of the auras made him tremble in fear. That chick still came out in the end. When he thought of himself being controlled by that chick and becoming her servant, he felt bad. Fight, fight. It's best if both sides suffer. Gu Fei shouted in his heart. At this moment, the blurry figure had already grabbed the bronze door. "Leave this thing behind and scram," the demonic figure said coldly. Endless demonic aura erupted from his body, and the entire world immediately darkened. "TSK, who do you think you are?" the blurry figure said disdainfully. "Because I can kill you." The demonic figure's voice became even colder. "Then why don't you try?" The blurry figure hooked his finger at the demonic figure. "Kill." The demonic figure did not waste any more words and immediately started fighting. A terrifying and ferocious demonic figure rushed out from his body and turned into a towering heaven and earth law. The demonic figure directly stomped down on the mysterious expert. In the next moment, the blurry figure of the mysterious expert soared into the sky and pierced through the giant demon's right foot. "You stepped on a nail." The blurry figure of the mysterious expert laughed loudly. "Damn it!" The demonic figure roared angrily. He immediately put away the heaven and earth law, then waved the demonic halberd in his hand and attacked the mysterious expert. Bam! With just a slap, the mysterious expert sent him and the demonic halberd flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? The demonic figure could not believe it. He was a mid-level eternal existence, yet he was sent flying by a slap from the other party. It was hard for him to accept this. He was a dignified, supreme existence in the eternal realm. The blurry figure of the mysterious expert was extremely powerful. After sending the demonic figure flying with a slap, he immediately chased after him and trampled him to the ground. Again, "Be careful, or I'll slap you to death." Chapter 4739. The mysterious woman fought the mysterious demonic shadow. In the end, the mysterious woman was unparalleled and stepped on the mysterious demonic shadow, shocking everyone present. That was a great battle between eternal rank powerhouses. There were strong and weak eternal rank existences, but it was very difficult to kill an eternal rank existence. Of course, this did not mean that eternal realm experts were truly immortal. Wasn't the eternal realm patriarch of the eternal divine dynasty killed by someone? The eternal divine dynasty's patriarch was killed silently in the place where he cultivated in seclusion. When the news spread, it shocked the entire eternal world. It had been a long time since an eternal realm expert had fallen in eternal world. An existence that could kill an Eternal Realm Patriarch was absolutely unimaginably powerful. Even the top forces were paying close attention to this matter. When the news that the old dragon of the Hidden Dragon Mountain had fallen spread, it attracted experts from all sides. Some people suspected that a madman was hunting Eternal Realm experts. If that was the case, the matter was serious. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? Dream on. At this time, a bell-like voice rang out. Don't get too full of yourself. The mysterious Eternal Realm demonic shadow sneered. As he spoke, an extremely violent demonic power erupted from the demonic shadow, trying to shake off the mysterious woman who was stepping on him. However, the mysterious woman stomped down with her right foot. With a bang, the demonic shadow's demonic body exploded. All the half-step Eternal Realm experts who saw this scene from afar were stunned. This mysterious woman was too powerful. She could actually crush another Eternal Realm expert. It's you! The mysterious demonic shadow suddenly screamed in horror, and his divine sense fluctuated for a distance of 100,000 miles. However, the next moment, his divine sense disappeared. Or rather, it was instantly destroyed. Amidst the endless demonic chi, a mass of demonic light exploded, and countless beams of light rushed in all directions. The mysterious Eternal of the demonic, Tao, wanted to escape. However, the mysterious woman was extremely powerful. She opened her mouth and inhaled, and a terrifying devouring force instantly enveloped the world. The devilish lights that were rushing out in all directions were the primordial spirit avatars of an eternal fiend. As long as one of them managed to escape, he wouldn't die. This was why Eternals were so difficult to kill. If an Eternal wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop them. However, when the mysterious woman opened her mouth and inhaled, the countless strands of origin soul devil light all flew into the mysterious Eternal being's mouth. No, the Eternal Demonic Path Sovereign was scared out of his wits. He desperately burned his primordial spirit in an attempt to escape, but it was all in vain. Countless rays of demonic light rushed in from all directions and were swallowed by the mysterious Eternal One. Even the surrounding demonic energy was sucked into her mouth. In an instant, the demonic energy that blotted out the sky was completely devoured by her. She swallowed an Eternal. This scene could no longer be described as shocking. The half-step Eternal Realm existences, watching the battle from afar, were so scared that their souls trembled. They immediately turned around and fled. No one dared to stay where they were. It's too cruel. 3 powerful consciousnesses descended from the sky and landed on the mountains around the crouching dragon lake. 3 ethereal figures appeared. These were the consciousnesses' avatars. Even the consciousnesses' avatars were extremely powerful. They were the consciousnesses of an Eternal One. Although they were only avatars, they were powerful enough to kill an extreme supreme. Fellow Taoist, leave the bronze door behind. One of the consciousnesses' avatars seemed to be surrounded by an endless starry sky. TCH. The mysterious woman raised her middle finger at the consciousnesses' avatars. Fellow Taoist, do you think the secret of the bronze door is something you can comprehend alone? Why don't we comprehend it together? Maybe we can get what we want. Another consciousnesses' avatars, whose fiery aura illuminated the entire sky, said. The third consciousnesses' avatars did not speak. They stood in the dazzling lightning. The void around them was densely packed with lightning. Starry War Ancestor, Fire Spirit Ancestor, and Thunder Ancestor, you 3 underestimate me too much, the mysterious woman said coldly. The 3 patriarchs were all Eternal Ones in the Eternal Stratum and were incomparably powerful. Each one of them was a hegemon who ruled over more than a single continent. The 3 patriarchs were far more powerful than the eternal godly dynasty. Fellow Taoist, who are you? I feel like I've met you before. The Starry War Ancestors avatar said. Could it be an old acquaintance? Fire Spirit Ancestor said coldly. 3 old farts, go to hell. The mysterious woman opened her mouth and inhaled again. The terrifying devouring power instantly enveloped the area. The three consciousnesses, avatars on the mountains around the crouching dragon lake, flew towards the mysterious woman involuntarily. What? The three consciousnesses, avatars, turned pale with fright. Each of them burst with endless divine light, trying to break the void and escape. However, the mysterious woman's devouring power was too strong. The three consciousnesses, avatars, were devoured by her in an instant. Roar! On the peak of a pitch-black divine mountain in the Lijo continent, a figure who had been sitting cross-legged for countless years suddenly opened his eyes and let out an earth-shattering roar. The next moment, endless lightning instantly enveloped the entire sky and earth. Bolt after bolt of lightning tore through the void, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions. Thunder Ancestor. In an underground fire cave on the Fire Continent, which was adjacent to the Lijo continent, a figure whose body was blooming with endless flames opened his eyes. A terrifying aura spread out, and all the creatures on the Fire Continent were terrified. In the depths of the Star Continent, where a star had fallen, endless starlight suddenly rushed out. It was as if a star field had suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and the stars seemed to be right in front of them. The countless creatures on the Star Continent felt endless pressure, as if the stars above their heads could fall at any time. Such a phenomenon was simply too shocking. Whether it was Thunder Ancestor, Fire Spirit Ancestor, or the Starry War Ancestor, they were all veteran Eternal Realm Eternal Ones who had lived for countless years. Such existences were far beyond the Eternal Divine Dynasty's Patriarch. How dare you devour my divine will? I'll kill you! Thunder Ancestor shot up into the sky, turned into a bolt of lightning, and tore through the void and disappeared. Fire Spirit Ancestor also turned into a three-legged divine bird, flew out of the fire cave, and disappeared at the end of the horizon. The Starry War Ancestor also rushed toward the crouching dragon mountains at the border of the Celestial Continent and the Martial Continent. The three patriarchs' departure immediately alarmed countless experts, and the whole world was shocked. That chick is playing so big, she better not get herself killed, or I'll be buried with her. Chapter 4740. Gu Fei obtained a drop of eternal real blood and hid in a cave near the dragon crouching lake to refine the drop of eternal real blood with all his might. However, he was well aware of what was happening in the outside world. The girl who had cast a forbidden spell on him was truly abnormally strong. This little girl actually killed an eternal, rank devil Tao Eternal. Moreover, this little girl even swallowed the devil Tao Eternal in one gulp. It was really 2F * King sick. At this moment, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. An eternal level existence appeared in the sky above the dragon-subduing lake. Hand over the bronze door, or die. It was a figure shrouded in flames. He was the overlord of the Fire Continent, the Fire Spirit Ancestor. The Fire Spirit Ancestor was the closest to the dragon crouching mountain, so he rushed here immediately. TCH. The mysterious woman raised her middle finger at the Fire Spirit Ancestor. You're courting death. The Fire Spirit Ancestor roared. Without wasting any time, he attacked the mysterious woman. Boom! Boundless divine fire burst out from Fire Spirit Patriarch's body. The entire void was turned into a sea of fire, and the mysterious woman was swallowed up. Roar! At this moment, a beast's roar suddenly came from the depths of the dragon crouching mountain range. There was a sudden movement in the depths of the mountain range. All kinds of powerful beasts ran out of the mountain range. There were a few behemoths among the fleeing beasts. They were quasi-supreme level beasts. In the depths of the dragon crouching mountain, countless beasts were frightened. They ran wildly and trampled on the ground, making rumbling sounds that sounded like muffled thunder. Boom! At this moment there was a loud bang. Two eternal level powers collided, and two figures, rushed out of the endless sea of fire. The mysterious woman landed on the top of a mountain. Her eyes were like lightning as she stood on the top of the mountain and saw everything that had happened. In fact, she had long since known that there was an extremely powerful exotic beast in the depths of the distant mountain ridges. "That guy is coming out," the mysterious woman muttered to herself. "Eternal level beast ancestor." Even the fire spirit ancestor looked towards the depths of the dragon crouching mountain in shock. An eternal rank beast ancestor could definitely compete with an eternal rank human. In the depths of Mount Fulom, the existence of the eternal level beast ancestor was no secret to fire spirit ancestor and the others. A terrifying and violent aura enveloped the entire dragon submission mountain range. Billions of beasts were terrified to the extreme. Within the dragon submission mountain range, countless wild beasts fled, almost forming a beast tide. What's going on? There are eternal rank beasts in this mountain? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the cave and refining the eternal true blood, was shocked. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a shadow of a beast that was even larger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth. It was a violent ape with a pair of blood-colored eyes that were glaring at Fire Spirit Grand Master fiercely. "Mother asterisk her, why are you staring at me?" Patriarch Fire Spirit was unhappy, being stared at by a violent ape that exuded endless ferocious aura, and this violent ape was an eternal level life form. Fire Spirit Ancestor naturally felt very uncomfortable. This demon ape was extremely ferocious, and its blood-red eyes were especially frightening. Roar! The eternal violent ape roared in all directions. An entire dragon submission mountain range was shaking. Tens of thousands of beasts wailed in fear, and there was chaos in the depths of the mountain range. "It's an ape ancestor." At this moment, a figure walked over step by step and came close in the blink of an eye. He was surrounded by endless lightning, and a terrifying aura of destruction erupted from his body, making one's heart palpitate. Thunder's spirit ancestor had arrived. Roar! When Eternal Ape Ancestor saw that someone had intruded into his territory, he immediately glared fiercely at the uninvited guest. "Big guy, come on. Let's have a spar." Thunder's spirit ancestor was excited to see the prey and wanted to have a spar with Eternal Ape Ancestor. Swoosh! The Eternal Ape Ancestor, who was even larger than a mountain, leaped up and pounced directly at Thunder's spirit ancestor. This Eternal Ape Ancestor stretched out his giant claw. Clang! With a sound, 5 jet-black claws immediately popped out from his palm and grabbed at Thunder's spirit ancestor's head. The giant palm was like a mountain, and a fierce wind swept up, making Thunder's spirit ancestor feel a sense of suffocation. The claws were like swords, quickly slicing through the air, leaving behind 5 black lights. The sharp claw force on the Eternal Ape Ancestor's claws cut through the void. Good. Heavenly Thunder Ancestor bellowed and punched upwards to meet the giant claw that was coming down at him. Endless power of thunder and lightning gathered on Thunder Spirit Ancestor's right fist, and he punched out. Pow! With a sound, the air exploded, and the rolling fist force rushed out, instantly colliding with the giant claw of the Eternal Ape Ancestor. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind swept out from the point where the fist and claw met. Suddenly, sand and stones flew around the 2 eternal level existences, and the sun and moon lost their light. A circle of air surged in all directions. The giant claw of the Eternal Ape Ancestor was not symmetrical with Thunder Spirit Ancestor's fist at all, forming a sharp contrast with Thunder Spirit Ancestor's fist. However, it was this seemingly weak fist of Thunder Spirit Ancestor that deflected the claw of the Eternal Ape Ancestor. Even the body of the Eternal Ape Ancestor, which was larger than a mountain, was sent flying. The body of the Eternal Ape Ancestor was shrouded in a layer of lightning, and the destructive power of thunder and lightning made his body smoke, causing him to roar. Thunder Spirit Ancestor did not feel good either. The strength of the eternal ape ancestor's claw was extremely strong. Half of his body was shaken, and he lost feeling in his right arm. However, his right arm soon recovered. "Thunder, what are you doing?" Fire Spirit Ancestor was really speechless. They were here to settle scores with the mysterious woman who devoured their divine will incarnation, not to find trouble with the eternal ape ancestor. "Can't you move your muscles a little?" Thunder Spirit Ancestor said disapprovingly, all right, as long as you're happy." Fire Spirit Ancestor said impatiently. At this moment, endless stars suddenly appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky almost pressed down on the ground, and the terrifying power of the stars shrouded the sky. The Starry War Ancestor was here. The Starry War Ancestor still likes to play tricks. Thunder Spirit Ancestor looked at the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon and sneered. Swoosh! The strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly disappeared, and above the sky a figure descended from the sky. Although he was only one person, it felt like the entire sky was pressing down on the ground. With the appearance of the Starry War Ancestor, the eternal ape ancestor saw that the situation was not good and turned to escape. The eternal ape ancestor could barely handle one Thunder Spirit Ancestor, and now there was another one. How could he fight? If they stayed, they would just be throwing their lives away. The eternal ape ancestor instantly disappeared into the depths of the Dragon Mountain Range. All right, everyone is here. Come at me together. Chapter 47-41. The mysterious woman was peerlessly powerful. She wanted to fight 3 eternal patriarchs on her own. These 3 eternal patriarchs were not ordinary eternal ones. Patriarch Fire Spirit, Starry War Ancestor, and Patriarch Heavenly Thunder were all existences who had lived for countless years. They had achieved the Tao in the ancient times of Eternal World. They were the older generation of Eternal Ones. The eternal demon ancestor that the mysterious woman had devoured was just an ordinary Eternal One. Compared to these 3 eternal patriarchs, the mysterious demon was nothing. At that moment, another divine sense clone of an Eternal One appeared in the distant sky. One after another, incomparably powerful figures appeared. Although they were only divine sense clones, they were still very shocking. Is that Patriarch Fire Spirit and the other 2 old guys? An Eternal's divine sense clone exclaimed, "Who is that person? She actually dares to challenge those 3 existences." All the Eternal Ones were curious. Who was this mysterious woman? Did I hear that right? You want us to attack together? Patriarch Fire Spirit glared at the mysterious woman and said angrily, "This fellow dared to look down on him? How despicable! You heard that right. Attack together." The mysterious woman remained very calm. "You're courting death." Patriarch Fire Spirit roared and attacked the mysterious woman. One after another, chains of fire appeared in the void, entangling the mysterious woman. Great Dragon Fist. The mysterious woman unleashed this fist technique. The next moment, countless raging dragons appeared in the sky and a terrifying wave of power erupted. The mysterious woman had enveloped Patriarch Heavenly Thunder and Starry War Ancestor within her fist. This mad woman! Starry War Ancestor roared. He had no choice but to attack. Rumble! Countless stars reappeared, and one after another appeared in the sky, obliterating the raging dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Patriarch Heavenly Thunder's figure disappeared into the void. The next moment, an endless power of lightning suddenly erupted, tearing the void, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out in all directions. The 3 patriarchs' attacks were world-shaking. However, to everyone's surprise, the power of the great dragon fist unleashed by the mysterious woman was unimaginably strong. The dragon silhouettes suppressed the 3 patriarchs to the point where they could not do anything. Boom! With a loud noise, the void shook and 3 figures were sent flying. Seeing this, the divine will incarnations were stunned. This chick is too fierce. Hidden in a cave near the dragon's subduing lake, Gu Fei, who was refining the drop of eternal true blood, could not help but feel speechless. At this moment, one rune after another rushed out of his body, sealing the void around him. The eternal grade power contained in that drop of eternal true blood was constantly being refined and devoured by Gu Fei, causing his cultivation base to rise continuously. Outside, the mysterious woman was already fighting with the three great ancestors. The mighty eternal level power fluctuations shook the entire crouching dragon mountain. Thankfully, the heavenly Tao laws within eternal world were extremely strong. Otherwise, the entire world would have been instantly destroyed and everything would have been reduced to nothingness. Fight, fight! Gu Fei couldn't wait for the people outside to fight until both sides suffered. The mysterious woman's great dragon fist was domineering to the extreme. She could fight three eternal ancestors alone with ease. Boom! She punched out, shattering countless stars and sending the astral war ancestor flying backward. Great ancestor heavenly thunder attacked. Countless figures condensed from the power of thunder and lightning rushed towards the mysterious woman. Every bolt of lightning tore through the void. However, the mysterious woman still threw a great dragon fist. The countless figures formed by the power of thunder and lightning all exploded in an instant, and Ancestor Heavenly Thunder's figure was directly knocked out by this punch. Fire refining heaven and earth. Ancestor Huling directly evolved heaven and earth and sucked the mysterious woman in. It was a world of only fire, and everything in sight was fire. The eternal divine fire here could burn everything in the universe, and it was extremely terrifying. However, after being sucked into this world of fire, the mysterious woman was unscathed, and the divine fire probably could not even burn a hair on her. One punch to break heaven and earth. The mysterious woman bellowed and unleashed another great dragon fist. Then the mysterious woman smashed a big hole in the world of fire of Ancestor Huling. This Ancestor Huling vomited blood. That's all. The mysterious woman said disdainfully. Preposterous. Three terrifying figures once again surrounded the mysterious woman. Who the hell are you? Ancestor Huling was shocked and angry. The strength of the other party was beyond his expectations. Could it be that this guy had already taken that step? But how was that possible? They had lived for countless years, and they had only heard of the existence above the eternal realm, but they had never seen it. It was just a legend. But now they had to suspect that this mysterious woman was that kind of existence in the legend. Who am I? Guess? The mysterious woman smiled. Guess your head. Ancestor Heavenly Thunder opened his mouth and spat out a big seal. This was his life Tao artifact, the great Heavenly Thunder Seal. Above the Thunder Seal, endless lightning flashed. The destructive aura emanating from the great Heavenly Thunder Seal made one's heart palpitate. Ancestor Huling also took out his Tao artifact. It was a fire saber, red all over, and there were eternal Tao patterns intertwined on the saber, revealing endless flames. And the Star War Ancestor's life Tao artifact was a star. Again, the mysterious woman shouted and attacked the three great ancestors at the same time again. She was extremely domineering. This girl is really crazy. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the cave, sensed the scene and couldn't help but worry for the mysterious woman. He didn't want the mysterious woman to be beaten to death. One should know that the mysterious woman planted a forbidden technique on him. If the mysterious woman died, he would be buried with her. Gu Fei's worry was unnecessary. The mysterious woman was extremely fierce. It wasn't that she would be beaten to death. If she didn't beat others to death, others would be grateful. What made Gu Fei speechless was that the mysterious woman was still using the great dragon fist. She threw a punch, and her fist directly collided with the fire saber of Ancestor Huling. The extremely sharp fire saber couldn't break her skin. The fire saber slashed on the mysterious woman's fist, but it didn't even leave a mark. At the same time, a big seal descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying power of thunder and lightning, and pressed down on the mysterious woman. Bang! The mysterious woman, who had just punched the fire saber away, punched up again and hit hard on the thunder seal, blasting it high into the sky. At this time, the Star War Ancestors' Star Tao artifact smashed hard on the mysterious woman's back. However, what made the Star War Ancestors' heart palpitate was that such a full blow only made the mysterious woman's body sway, and she only took half a step forward. Chapter 47-42. Rumble! The three eternal ancestors fought with all their might. The entire area exploded, and terrifying eternal power erupted. The mountains near the hidden dragon lake were crumbling. This, Gu Fei couldn't hide anymore. He had no choice but to rush out. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps extreme speed. Very few cultivators of the same level could catch up to his speed. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree and flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. In just a few breaths, he had returned to the battlefield. He was about to refine the drop of eternal true blood. His cultivation base had been restored to the great success of the extreme grade. His understanding of the eternal world had reached a new height. However, in a primeval mountain, a figure stopped Gu Fei. It was an ape, eternal ape ancestor. Gu Fei was shocked. He had just recovered his cultivation base to the great success of the extreme grade, and he was already targeted by this eternal realm creature? Gu Fei let out a low growl and stomped on the treetop with his right foot. Pum! The entire crown of the tree under Gu Fei's feet suddenly exploded. In the midst of the flying branches and leaves, he leaped up like an arrow piercing through the clouds. He put his right index and middle fingers together and pointed at the head of the eternal ape ancestor. On his fingertip, there was a flash of light. The eternal ape ancestor seemed to have sensed danger, and his water tank-sized head suddenly shrank. Chi! The extremely sharp finger flare shot past the eternal ape ancestor's scalp, leaving a faint trace of blood. Roar! The eternal ape ancestor roared. The next moment he raised his right claw, and a door-sized hand slapped at Gu Fei. Whoosh! It was as if a tornado was blowing in the air. The giant claw set off a fierce gust of wind. Before it reached, Gu Fei's long hair was blown back. This was a blow from an eternal realm creature. Gu Fei's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He did not dodge or evade, and the yuan qi in his body surged violently. When the giant palm was about to hit him, he moved his finger like a sword and pointed at the center of the giant palm. Qi! The finger force was as dazzling as divine light. It shot out from Gu Fei's finger, seeming to tear through the void and even space itself. Ripples spread out from the place where the finger force passed. Puff! A fist-sized bloody hole suddenly appeared on the palm of the eternal ape ancestor. Blood spurted out from the bloody hole. The indestructible finger power, as sharp as a divine arrow shot by an eternal expert, pierced the palm of the eternal ape ancestor and caused him to scream in pain. The eternal ape ancestor roared and no longer dared to fight with Gu Fei. He turned around and ran for his life towards the depths of the mountain. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and chased after him. At the same time, his right hand glowed with a purple light, and a chilling divine weapon qi was drawn out from his body. A dazzling long sword was condensed and gradually materialized. Clang! With a clang, Gu Fei's right palm shot out a dazzling purple light beam. A purple light sword appeared. Its brilliance was dazzling and breathtaking. Trying to escape? You're dead, Gu Fei said in a low voice. At the same time, he used his extreme speed 8 steps to catch up with the eternal ape ancestor. His long hair moved without wind, and his eyes flashed coldly. His tall and straight body exuded a tyrannical aura. Die! Gu Fei shouted and raised his right hand. The purple light sword immediately shot out like a purple lightning toward the back of the eternal ape ancestor. Puff! The purple light sword directly broke through the eternal ape ancestor's righteous vigor chi and entered his back. It shot out from his chest, bringing with it a large pool of blood. The eternal ape ancestor let out a sorrowful roar. His rapidly running body crashed into the ground with a loud bang. He slid on the ground and crashed into the rocks. The terrifying destructive sword chi instantly rushed into the eternal ape ancestor's body and destroyed his vitality. Gu Fei used his ultimate great achievement realm to activate the eternal force in his body. Even the eternal ape ancestor could not withstand the power of this attack. The eternal ape ancestor was a freak with a real eternal martial body. The power of the eternal martial body was undeniable. However, even so, the eternal ape ancestor seemed very weak. He should not have been defeated so easily. What was going on? After all, the eternal ape ancestor was an eternal level creature. Gu Fei could not understand. When he was about to go forward to check, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. It was a black-robed man. He was extremely confident, arrogant, and unparalleled. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Gu Fei frowned. He did not seem to have offended any eternal level existences. This black-robed man was not comparable to the eternal ape ancestor. The terrifying aura that this person exuded made even Gu Fei moved. You killed my pet beast. What do you think I should do? The black-robed man said coldly. What? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he heard this. No wonder the eternal ape ancestor was so weak. It turned out that this black-robed man had taught him a lesson and taken him as a pet beast. Since you've killed my pet beast, you can be my pet beast then. The black-robed man said coldly. How arrogant. I hope you have the strength to be arrogant. Otherwise, you will end up in a terrible state. Gu Fei said tit for tat. The yuan qi in his body surged, and a layer of crystal brilliance flowed on his skin. It gave people a strong feeling of invincibility. Humph. Thank you for the reminder. Since you are not willing to be my pet beast, I will leave your corpse intact. The black-robed man was extremely confident. His eyes were like lightning, and a terrifying eternal might erupted from his body. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared 2 meters in front of Gu Fei like a phantom. Then he directly punched at Gu Fei. Astral winds suddenly rose and surged. It was a simple and unadorned punch that contained the supreme eternal law. It possessed incredible might that could turn the ordinary into the miraculous, making it difficult for Gu Fei to block it. In fact, he didn't even have the opportunity to retreat. This Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This person's cultivation was really too strong. Moreover, he controlled the rhythm of the battle with one move, causing him to fall into a passive position. This black-robed man was not only an eternal level expert, but also an expert with rich combat experience. It was no wonder he dared to look for Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Since he couldn't avoid it, there was no need for him to do so. He threw out a punch as well. In an instant, a golden light rushed towards the black-clothed man like a wave. The extremely tyrannical fist force erupted, causing the void to tremble. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He immediately used the golden form fist. As he punched out, a golden aura instantly surged out from his body, causing him to look as if he was wearing a golden armor, causing others to be unable to look at him directly. Bang! The 2 fists collided in an instant. A circle of transparent ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out from the point of impact. The entire space seemed to shake. The surrounding trees were shattered, and broken branches and leaves flew all over the sky. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force from the other party's fist. In the next moment, he was directly blown away by the other party's punch. Gu Fei had to admit that he was still no match for this guy. He directly used the force of the other party's punch to escape in an instant. Chapter 47-43. When Gu Fei realized that he wasn't a match for Zhang Xian, he immediately fled. However, Gu Fei soon realized that he had seriously underestimated this black-robed man. The other party instantly appeared in front of him and intercepted him. This time Gu Fei was really shocked. Without any hesitation, he directly punched out with his extreme breaking fist. His aura also soared to the extreme in an instant, and the fist force became even more terrifying. He punched out, and the space around his fist trembled. Ripples of space, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions with his fist as the center. The black-robed man also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided, and a loud noise erupted. The ground under their feet sank several feet, and the ground swept out like a circle of waves. Wherever this circle of waves passed, rocks crumbled and trees fell. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This black-robed man actually blocked his punch. This was the eternal law that he created, a punch that broke the limit and was invincible. But now, this black-robed man had shattered Gu Fei's legend of invincibility. However, the one who was most shocked was the black-robed man. This little guy was not even an eternal one, and yet he was able to block his punch. This was simply unbelievable. The two retreated at the same time. Again, Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he punched out again with an overbearing and ferocious punch. "You think I'm afraid of you?" The black-robed man also punched out again. Boom! Another loud noise rang out, and the entire mountain range trembled. This time, Gu Fei was actually forced to retreat. So what if he was at extreme great accomplishment? In the end, Gu Fei was not a true eternal one. No matter how heaven-defying he was, he could not defeat this black-robed man. Boom! Bam! The black-robed man punched out again and again. The tyrannical eternal power erupted, and Gu Fei kept coughing up blood, looking extremely embarrassed. Good heavens! Seeing this, even the man in black was a little dumbfounded. This guy was only at the great accomplishment of the extreme path, but the strength of his Taoist body was unprecedented. This was the first time the black-clothed man had encountered such a powerful Taoist physique. The eternal ape ancestor that he had just subdued was easily killed by this guy in front of him. This guy was simply a monster. At that very moment, Gu Fei felt so vexed that he was on the verge of puking out blood. In the lower planes, he was the one bullying others. But now that he was in Eternal World, the tables had turned. Previously, in the underground world of the Dragon Submission Lake, he was tortured by the mysterious woman. Now he was tortured by the man in black. While Gu Fei was being tortured by the black-robed man, the battle between the mysterious woman and the three eternal patriarchs had reached its final stage. Go to hell! The mysterious woman roared, and her fists fiercely blasted towards Star War Ancestor and Heavenly Thunder Ancestor. The two eternal realm ancestors were sent flying at the same time, coughing up blood. At the same time, however, Patriarch Hulling's fist landed on the mysterious woman's back. Violent fire elemental power erupted, and the mysterious woman, who was hit by Patriarch Hulling's fist, was instantly enveloped by the eternal divine fire. The punch from Patriarch Hulling caused her to stagger a few steps forward. The mysterious woman was too powerful. Her body trembled, and the eternal divine fire on her body was instantly shattered. Only some of her hair was burned off. Women loved to look beautiful, even someone as powerful as this mysterious woman. The fact that some of her hair was burned off drove the mysterious woman crazy. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of metal clashing came from the mysterious woman's body. Wave after wave of terrifying blade energy rushed out from her body and slashed towards the three eternal patriarchs. At the same time, a blade appeared in her hand. It was a dragon blade. The blade was like a dragon, with the dragon's head in front and the dragon's tail in the hand of the mysterious woman. The blade was the dragon's body. Purple Dragon, World Devastator Blade. It's really you. You are not dead. Patriarch Huling exclaimed when he saw the dragon blade in the mysterious woman's hand. What? Both Patriarch Heavenly Thunder and Star War Ancestor were shocked and were almost hit by the blade energy that erupted from the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman sneered and attacked. With a flash of purple light, the blade light rose and blood appeared. Fire Spirit Ancestor cried out in pain and retreated with all his might. One of his arms was cut off at the shoulder by the mysterious woman. Boom! A big seal with endless thunder and lightning fell from the sky and blasted directly at the mysterious woman. At the same time, Star War Ancestor also attacked with all his strength. A big star flew out from his hand and instantly became as huge as a mountain, slamming into the mysterious woman. Kill, kill, kill! The mysterious woman's eyes were red. The purple dragon whirled Devastator blade in her hand, slashed at the 3 eternal patriarchs in a crazy and peaceful manner. With a single slash, she sent the huge seal descending from the sky, flying away. Then, with another slash, she almost split the huge star that was charging towards her in half. She slashed out again, attacking Star War Ancestor and Heavenly Thunder Ancestor at the same time. The sweeping power of the purple dragon world-terminating saber was terrifying to the extreme. The saber light soared tens of thousands of feet, and wherever it passed, even the extremely stable void of heaven and earth was split into a huge crack. How could Star War Ancestor and Heavenly Thunder Ancestor dare to take this strike from the mysterious woman? They didn't even think about it and directly retreated. The mysterious woman wanted to force them to retreat. Then she jumped high, clenched the purple dragon world Devastator blade with both hands, and fiercely slashed at Patriarch Huling's head. She wanted to kill Patriarch Huling one by one. I don't want to play anymore. A blade light rushed out of Patriarch Huling's body to meet the purple dragon world Devastator blade. At the same time, he left a substitute and instantly disappeared into the void. Swish! The purple dragon world devastation saber was like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke the Fire Spirit Patriarch's fire saber and split the Fire Spirit Patriarch's death substitution body into 2. I don't want to play anymore. With a thunderclap, Heavenly Thunder Ancestor turned into a flash of lightning, broke the void in an instant, and disappeared between heaven and earth. He actually escaped directly. You bastards! Star War Ancestor was shocked and angry when he saw his 2 stupid teammates escape. He also turned into endless starlight, rushed into the starry sky, and disappeared. He was born from the power of the stars between heaven and earth. He could use the power of the stars and also integrate with the endless stars. The endless stars in the starry sky were his incarnations. The 3 guys all escaped, which made the mysterious woman furious. Escape? I will kill my way to your lair. The mysterious woman's murderous intent soared. If she didn't kill these 3 guys, how could she swallow this anger? Chapter 47-44. The Starry War Ancestor and the others had thoroughly enraged the mysterious woman, and she had come to kill them. The monk can run, but the temple can't hide. The mysterious woman directly rushed towards the fire continent. A silhouette streaked across the sky. A vast and mighty energy rippled out. Everywhere it passed, all living beings were terrified to the extreme. Is that an eternal paragon? On a mountain ridge, an old man raised his head and looked at the figure that flashed by. The terrifying aura that descended from the sky caused his soul to tremble. The old man was an extreme Tao paragon, but in front of the figure in the sky, he was as weak as an ant. It didn't take long before countless experts learned that the mysterious woman was heading toward the fire continent to settle the score with Patriarch Fire Spirit. The world was shaken. Countless old freaks who hadn't shown their faces for a long time jumped out. The top powers immediately sent out spies to the fire continent. In an instant, the eyes of countless powers were focused on the fire continent. The Eternal Devil Sect, the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, the Eternal Golden Crow Clan, the Bagon family, and countless other top powers were alarmed. The figures of supreme existences of the eternal realm appeared between heaven and earth, shaking heaven and earth. No one knew just how big Eternal World was. No one knew how many eternal stage existences had appeared in Eternal World since ancient times. The ancient sects and heaven sects of the top powers all had eternal experts. There were so many top powers in the world, and there were quite a few eternal paragons. The Buddhist clan, the Tao court, and the Eternal Sword sect all had eternal experts. Who is this? The divine will of an eternal expert descended upon the fire continent, an unfamiliar aura. Could it be one of those super antiques who have lived since ancient times? One after another, eternal experts divine will clones descended upon the fire continent. These eternal experts more or less knew each other, and it was inevitable that they would interact with each other. No way! An eternal exclaimed. Eternal experts who had achieved Tao in ancient times were super antiques. It wasn't that they didn't exist, but they were extremely rare. However, the appearance of these super antiques was a world-shaking event. Every time they appeared, Eternal World would be thrown into turmoil. The mysterious woman charged towards the fire continent. Before she reached the fire continent, the fire spirit ancestor was already terrified. Motherf asterisk her, if you push me too far, I'll take you down with me. In the depths of the fire cave of the fire continent, a figure sitting cross-legged amidst the boundless divine flames said fiercely, the fire cave was a good place. It was where the ancestral earth vein of the fire continent was located. If the fire spirit ancestor were to cultivate here, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Let's see how you'll kill me in my territory. Patriarch Fire Spirit was unperturbed. He was the eternal fire patriarch, and he could use all the power of the earth fire vein. In this way, his battle prowess would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rumble! At this moment, a terrifying and monstrous divine might descended from the sky and directly appeared in the fire continent. It appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the fire continent. He's here. The show is about to begin. The divine will incarnations of the eternal ones, who had been waiting all this time, suddenly perked up. At the same time, a huge hand directly slammed down from the sky towards the ancestral earth vein of the fire continent. It actually wanted to destroy the ancestral earth vein of the fire continent. Power fluctuations so powerful that even the Eternal One's hearts palpitated, spread out from the huge hand. Countless dark cracks appeared in the void that was enveloped by the huge hand. This, the divine will incarnations of the Eternal Ones were dumbfounded. So powerful. Is it really a super antique that made a move? The divine will incarnations of the Eternal Ones were shocked. Kill! At this moment, a roar rang out. A pillar of fire rushed out of the fire cave and directly collided with a huge hand descending from the sky. The entire ground of the fire cave was covered in a layer of flames. The temperature in the void soared rapidly. This was where the ancestral earth vein of the fire continent was located. The power of the ancestral earth vein of the fire continent was endless. Here, the fire spirit ancestor was really not afraid of the mysterious woman. Boom! The huge hand descending from the sky collided with the pillar of fire. An extremely formidable power erupted, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. The huge hand dissipated into the void, and the pillar of fire exploded, disappearing into nothingness. Pitch black spatial cracks appeared in the void one after another. However, these spatial cracks quickly disappeared. The worldly laws of Eternal World were extremely strong, and the self-repairing power of the world was also very strong. Even for Eternal Ones, it was not easy for them to shatter the void. However, they could still do it. Of course, the broken void would quickly repair itself. Suddenly, a blurry figure slowly descended from the sky. Just as the mysterious woman was killing her way to the fire continent, Gu Fei encountered some trouble. He was being watched. Moreover, He was being ruthlessly abused by the mysterious black-robed man. Preposterous. Gu Fei was on the verge of going crazy. He attacked desperately, but the other party was like a cat playing with a mouse. The other party was teasing him, toying with him, but not killing him. At this moment, Gu Fei had never been in such a sorry state before. He was being abused, and he was being abused very miserably. "Who the hell are you?" Gu Fei roared. The cultivation and combat power of the black-robed man seemed to be comparable to the mysterious woman. "Little guy, you're not bad. Ordinary eternal ones should not be a match for you. Unfortunately, you met me, so you are doomed." The black-robed man suddenly grinned. "What do you want?" Gu Fei was taken aback. "Nothing much. I just want to catch you and keep you as a pet." The black-robed man laughed. Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. "Hee with your ability. Although it is a bit difficult to be my pet, it is better than nothing." The black-robed man shrugged. "Go to hell." Gu Fei was really going crazy. However, the other party was too strong. Even if he used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, Ascension's secret technique, he still could not beat the other party. Even if this guy had not surpassed the eternal realm, he was most likely a peak eternal existence. "Even if I can't beat him, I will still do it. If one-time ascension is not enough, then I will do it 10 times. Gu Fei roared, and he furiously channeled the secret ascension technique. 10 times the power of ascension erupted, and his combat power broke through its limits, forcibly breaking through the suppressive power of the heavenly Tao of eternal world. Surprisingly, he was showing signs of recovering to the eternal stage. The black-robed man seemed to see something interesting in Gu Fei, and his eyes lit up. "Kill!" Gu Fei let out a furious roar and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The next moment, he sent the black-robed man flying with a punch. His speed and strength increased tenfold. The power of the eternal martial body burned, and the infinite power in his body was released. Interesting. Again, the black-robed man laughed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He reached out to wipe the blood off his mouth and laughed maniacally. "You madman!" Gu Fei unleashed the Extreme Break Fist, unleashing the Extreme Break Fist with 10 times the power of ascension. He did not hesitate at all. The extremely powerful fist force shook the heavens and the earth. Countless cracks appeared in the space around him the moment he punched. This punch was definitely the strongest punch he had unleashed since coming to Eternal World. He was using his own power in such a frenzied manner, disregarding the consequences. Not even the eternal martial body could withstand it. Gu Fei's long black hair instantly turned grayish-white. Chapter 47-45. Gu Fei had no desire to be captured and turned into a pet. This black-clad man was simply a monster. Gu Fei was willing to go all out against this fellow, even if it meant death. Tenfold Skysoar power, Extreme Break Punch. Gu Fei unleashed the strongest punch he had unleashed since coming to Eternal World. He furiously channeled the secret Sky Ascend technique to stimulate his latent potential. Due to the increase in his Sky Ascend power by 10 times, his strength rose to a level that left him trembling. Boom! The moment he punched out, the entire heaven and earth shook. That feeling of invincibility returned to his body once more. The moment he punched out, the void was shattered. This was the void of Eternal World, after all. It was incomparably stable, and even an extreme Tao Supreme would find it hard to damage it. Even so, the power of an Eternal could still shatter the void. Eternal power? The black-clad man had seemingly noticed something that piqued his curiosity, and he stared intently at Gu Fei. This little fellow had truly shocked him. At that very moment, Gu Fei had indeed broken through his limit. The tenfold Skysoar power and the Extreme Break Punch allowed him to temporarily break through the suppression of Eternal World's heavenly Tao. Boom! The black-clad man casually unleashed a punch to meet Gu Fei's extreme break punch head-on. Next, the black-clad man's face sank. He sensed an unprecedentedly powerful force charging towards him from the other party's fist. He could not stop himself from taking a step back. Preposterous! The black-clad man was infuriated. The little fellow had forced him to take a step back. For him, that was unacceptable. He was an exalted existence, someone who looked down upon all life. Swoosh! Next, Gu Fei did not attack again. Instead, he simply tore space apart and instantly fled. Gu Fei knew all too well that even after utilizing the tenfold sky soar power and the extreme break punch, he was still no match for this freak. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that he still possessed great power to escape. If he could not win, he would run. You want to run? The black-clad man bellowed. Next, a terrifying sealing power erupted from his body to seal up the surrounding space, spanning a radius of hundreds of thousands of li. A figure fell out of the void thousands of miles away. I told you to run. The man in black was about to make a move. However, at this moment, the void around the black-robed man suddenly collapsed. A heaven-devouring power instantly pulled him into an endless void of darkness. Let's go! A figure suddenly appeared beside Gu Fei, grabbed Gu Fei, and instantly disappeared into the void. Roar! Very quickly, a part of the void shattered and a furious figure rushed out from the shattered void. Who plotted against me? The black-clothed man roared angrily, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions, causing countless birds and beasts in the mountain to flee in terror. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. In just a few seconds, the shattered void completely disappeared. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. The black-clothed man continued to roar. With nowhere to vent his anger, he smashed a mountain ridge with a punch. At this time, two figures suddenly appeared high up in the sky outside the Hidden Dragon Mountains. It's you? When Gu Fei saw this person, he could not help but feel surprised and happy. This person was someone he knew. It was the guy who bought the sesame seed cake in the ancestral realm. Hee, I didn't think we would meet so soon. The guy who bought the sesame seed cake was also very happy. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian said. At this time, he had the appearance of a black-clothed young man. There was not a trace of eternal aura coming from him. Your cultivation base has improved quite a bit again. Gu Fei looked at Wang Xian in shock. This guy looked like a completely different person compared to when he bought the sesame seed cake in the ancestral realm. Not bad. Wang Xian smiled. How did you provoke that madman? Wang Xian's expression turned solemn. You know that guy? When Gu Fei thought of that freak in black, he felt unwell. That guy actually wanted him to be his pet. What a freak. Haha, there are probably only a few eternal ones in the entire eternal world who don't know this guy. Wang Xian smiled. No way, that freak is so famous. Gu Fei said in shock. His name is Wu Tianheng. He is a super antique who has reached the Tao since ancient times. Wang Xian retracted his smile. Super antique? Hearing that, Gu Fei was even more shocked. He was an eternal one since ancient times. No wonder that guy was so powerful. He was far stronger than the average eternal one. Wu Tianheng, I will remember this. Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. You want to settle the score with him? I advise you to give up on that idea. Wang Xian quickly said. Not settling the score with him is impossible, but I am not stupid enough to throw my life away. Gu Fei smiled. How about coming to my place? Wang Xian said. Sure, I couldn't ask for more. Gu Fei wanted to have a good chat with the guy who bought the sesame seed cake. Let's go. Wang Xian grabbed hold of Gu Fei, and in the next moment, they instantly disappeared into the void. Their speed was extremely fast. As soon as they left, a black figure appeared nearby. It was Wu Tianheng, the pervert who wanted to capture Gu Fei and make him his pet. Escaped again? What a cunning guy! Wu Tianheng said angrily and soon left as well. In the western territory of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, West Sea City was a city located on a large island in the West Sea. This large island was called West Spirit Island. The West Sea of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was a paradise for pirates. The pirates here were so powerful that even the Eternal Divine Dynasty couldn't do anything to them. The Eternal Divine Dynasty's way of dealing with these pirates was to enlist them as marquises. The boss here was the Marquis of West Sea, who was also the Lord of West Sea City. Although Marquis West Sea had been recruited by the Eternal Divine Dynasty, he was uneasy about the current situation and rebelled from time to time. However, after the war with the Eternal Divine Dynasty, he would negotiate with them again. After getting some benefits, he would continue to accept their offer. The territory of the Eternal Divine Dynasty was so vast that even an Eternal One would need a few days to travel from southern border to the West Sea. One morning, 3 days later, Wang Xian and Gu Fei appeared in a small seaside town on the West Sea. The town was very prosperous, with ships and horses going in and out of it from time to time. There were even cultivators flying in and out of the sky. Those who could fly were all saints. Don't tell me you're that Marquis of West Sea. In a tavern, Gu Fei looked at Wang Xian with a faint smile. What do you think? Wang Xian smiled as well. Marquis of West Sea was a title given to the pirate leader of the West Sea by the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Whoever was the strongest pirate in the West Sea was the Marquis of West Sea. Chapter 47-46. Wang Xian was one of the 3 Eternal Realm experts hiding in the Ancestral Realm. No one knew how long he had lived. No one knew that an insignificant existence who bought baked sesame seed cakes was actually an invincible existence in the lower realm. This was the first good thing that had befallen Gu Fei since coming to the Eternal World. When Gu Fei had been fighting with the super antique Wu Tianheng, Wang Xian had suddenly stepped in to save him and brought him to a small town on the west coast. At this time, there were many large ships parked at the town's pier. Among them were more than a dozen official ships. The official ships were easy to recognize because they had large flags on them. Most importantly, the official ships were guarded by soldiers from the Eternal God Dynasty. At this time, in the town's best restaurant, a large group of people were eating, drinking, and having fun. The person in the lead was Hu Lai of the Eternal God Dynasty's Hu family. This was Hu Lai's first time on a diplomatic mission to West Spirit Island. For Hu Lai, a diplomatic mission to West Spirit Island was definitely a lucrative one. In the past, those who went on a diplomatic mission to West Spirit Island had reaped a lot of benefits. The West Sea's pirate leader was incomparably savage, and Hu Lai had risked his life on this diplomatic mission. Brother Hu, I wish you success here. A young man in embroidered clothes smiled at Hu Lai. All right, I'll take your words. Hu Lai said with a smile. It was finally time for him, Hu Lai, to take charge. The Hu family of the Eternal God Dynasty was a large family with countless experts. Hu Lai wasn't that eye-catching in the Hu family. After 3 rounds of wine, Hu Lai was ready to set off. He left the restaurant with a group of his subordinates. Dressed in fresh clothes and riding furiously, he headed straight for the pier outside the town. Ignorant fools, why aren't you scramming to the side? The procession on the street suddenly stopped. In front of the procession, 2 people were strolling unhurriedly on the street. A middle-aged general in battle armor walked up and lashed the horsewhip in his hand at the 2 men. Courting death! A young man in black reached out with his right hand and grabbed the whip that was lashing at him. Then, with a forceful tug, he snatched the whip from the other party. Aya, you dare to take my whip? The middle-aged general directly drew the sword from his waist and stabbed at the young man in black without even thinking. Extremely sharp sword chi surged out of the sword. Scram! Just as the middle-aged general made his move, the black-clothed youth lashed out with his horsewhip, sending the middle-aged general flying towards Hulai. Hulai was a saint. Even though he was only at the initial stage of the saint realm, he was still a saint. On the other hand, the guard general was a half-saint. He was whipped by Gu Fei, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and lose consciousness in midair. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know how the word death is written?" Hulai extended his hand and caught the middle-aged general who was hurling at him. Then he stared at the black-clothed youth, Gu Fei, and spoke coldly. "I really don't know how the word death is written. Could it be that you do?" Gu Fei laughed. By now, the guard general had already surrounded Gu Fei and the others. The spears in their hands were all pointed at them, ready to attack at any moment. The commotion on the main street of the small town had alarmed the entire population. Everyone who had heard the news dared to come and watch the show. "You bastards! How dare you act so presumptuously in front of my lord?" A middle-aged servant beside Hulai said in a low voice, "Kneel and apologize, or we'll break your legs." Another servant said sternly, "Since these two dared to attack the imperial envoy of the eternal divine dynasty, they must have some background." These people were somewhat wary of Gu Fei and Wang Xian. "You've got guts. How dare you ask me to kneel and apologize? I'm afraid you can't afford it." Gu Fei sneered at Hulai, who was riding on horseback. "If you dare to kneel, I can afford it. I'm now representing the eternal divine dynasty." Hulai said proudly, "Is that so?" Gu Fei looked at Hulai with a faint smile. No matter how he looked at it, this fellow looked like an idiot. The eternal divine dynasty had lost its eternal ones, and was no longer the same as before. He couldn't scare anyone. "What can't I?" Hulai looked displeased. "It's not that I can't. Since you want to die, there's no other way." Gu Fei didn't care about these imperial envoys at all. "Don't kill them. We still have to go out to sea." Wang Xian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Not bad." Gu Fei also came back to his senses. These fellows should also be going out to sea, and the place they were going to was likely the same place as the place he was going. Is this guy crazy? He wants to kill us? Does he know who we are? This group of people was amused, and they all laughed wantonly. "Be good and listen to me, and I'll spare your lives." Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said calmly, "Oh damn, I'm dying of laughter. You want to spare our lives? Who do you think you are? An eternal one?" The middle-aged servant next to Hulai laughed mockingly. Although they were servants, they were very arrogant. There are some fools in this world who don't know their limits. Another middle-aged servant sneered. Wang Xian shook his head with a wry smile. These fellows were so reckless. They were really strange. "Get off me." Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on these fellows. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards Hulai, who was on the back of his horse. Hulai immediately felt his body tighten as his body flew forward uncontrollably. Hulai's saint-level cultivation couldn't be used at all. What? Hulai's shock was no small matter. Only then did he feel that something was wrong. These two men had been too calm from beginning to end. They were big shots. He had really kicked an iron plate this time. Hulai's subordinates were all dumbfounded. They were all stunned by this scene. My lord! The soldiers' voices were even trembling. Hulai was a saint-level expert, but he was so easily grabbed by someone in the air. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Were these two fellows extreme grade supreme cultivators, or even eternal cultivators? There were probably not many people in the entire continent who dared to ignore an official of the eternal godly dynasty, let alone an imperial envoy. Moreover, although the eternal godly dynasty was not what it used to be, it had found a powerful backer. The Wuji immortal sect had promised to protect the eternal godly dynasty. With the protection of the Wuji immortal sect, who had dared to provoke the eternal godly dynasty, At this moment, the arrogant Hu Lai, who was arrogant to the point where even his servants were arrogant, was grabbed by the neck by Gu Fei like a little chick and lifted into the air. This. Chapter 47:47. In the small town on the west coast, everyone on the street leading to the pier stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Hu Lai, the imperial envoy of the eternal divine dynasty, had been grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was the imperial envoy. The person in charge of negotiating with the Marquis of West Sea was none other than Hu Lai himself. Hu Lai represented the eternal divine dynasty, but someone had completely disregarded the eternal divine dynasty and started to teach the imperial envoy a lesson. Don't be presumptuous. Let Lord Hu go. At this moment, under the leadership of a middle-aged general, countless warriors charged over from the other end of the street. This town on the west coast was a strategic location. It was the gateway between the West Sea and the continent, and the eternal divine dynasty had stationed an army there. This army was the famous West Sea Navy. The West Sea Navy had fought against the pirates of West Spirit Island all year round, and had rich combat experience. Tempered by war, they had become one of the few elite troops of the eternal divine dynasty. It was precisely because the West Sea Navy was stationed in this town that the pirates of West Spirit Island were wary. It was difficult for the pirates to breach the town and enter the mainland. This time, Marquis of West Sea rebelled again and launched an army of 100,000 pirates to attack the town, but they were still stopped by the West Sea Navy. After a long time of failure, the Marquis of West Sea retreated. According to tradition, the eternal divine dynasty would send the imperial envoy to West Spirit Island to negotiate with the Marquis. When the West Sea Navy stationed in the town heard that Hu Lai had been captured, Champion Hung Xiong immediately rushed over with hundreds of soldiers. When Hung Xiong saw Hu Lai being grabbed by someone and lifted into the air, he was shocked. Although Hu Lai's cultivation was not very high, he was still able to withstand it. Although Hu Lai's cultivation base was mediocre, he was still the imperial envoy of the eternal divine dynasty. If anything happened to him in his territory, he would be in trouble as well. Let the imperial envoy go. Hung Xiong shouted at Gu Fei. Let him go. Gu Fei looked at Hung Xiong and suddenly grinned. Kacha! He squeezed his right hand and broke Hu Lai's neck. Hu Lai's head immediately drooped. Swoosh! The space between Hu Lai's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky, trying to escape. This was Hu Lai's primordial spirit. As a saint, Hu Lai wouldn't die so easily. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, he would be able to recover. Humph! Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing Hu Lai's soul. What? Everyone was shocked to the core. Who were these two people? How dare they kill the imperial envoy of the eternal divine dynasty? How audacious! The people in the small town had never seen such a lawless existence. Even the ferocious Marquis of West Sea wouldn't dare to kill an imperial envoy in public. However, Gu Fei had no qualms about killing him. So be it. What was he afraid of? Back in the chaos immortal abode, even Eternal Patriarch had suffered at his hands. Now that Eternal Patriarch was dead, who in the entire Eternal Divine Dynasty could make him worry? Moreover, Gu Fei had Wang Xian by his side. Wang Xian was in the Eternal Realm, and had even dared to snatch him from the hands of the super-antique Wu Tianheng. My lord! Hu Lai's subordinates were scared half to death by this scene. Kill him! Hung Xiong was infuriated when he saw this. He immediately led his soldiers and charged at Gu Fei. Kill him and avenge my lord! Hu Lai's subordinates' eyes were bloodshot. They wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces. You've overestimated yourself. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei threw Hu Lai's corpse at the charging Hung Xiong. Hung Xiong hurriedly caught Hu Lai's corpse. Just then, Gu Fei waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept toward the opposite side. The West Sea Army was immediately thrown off balance by the gust of wind. Extreme Tao, he's an extreme Tao supreme. Hung Xiong was shocked. Hu Lai was really courting death. He was just a sage-level cultivator. Yet he dared to provoke an extreme-grade sovereign. Wasn't he tired of living? Hung Xiong was only a lowly general in the West Sea Army, and he was only a half-step extreme Tao supreme. He was not an extreme Tao supreme. That would be awkward. Retreat. Hung Xiong made a prompt decision and ordered a retreat. The hundreds of West Sea soldiers quickly retreated under Hung Xiong's lead. Seeing Hung Xiong retreating, the surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. These two people are too awesome. They even dared to fight the West Sea Army. I have to give it to them. Hung Xiong is only a lowly general in the West Sea Army. After defeating the lowly one, the big one jumped out. I'm afraid the higher-ups of the West Sea Army are going to make a move. The onlookers discussed in low voices. There were many capable people in the West Sea Army. Otherwise, how could they contend with the Marquis of West Sea on West Spirit Island? The subordinates of the Marquis of West Sea were not to be trifled with. Haha, let's go. We can use these guys' official ships at the dock. Wang Xian laughed. All right, Gu Fei said, and walked toward the dock outside the town with Wang Xian. Are these two guys crazy? How dare they have designs on the official ships? The onlookers were stunned. Killing the imperial envoy and seizing the official ships. This is too outrageous. The onlookers followed behind the two, wanting to continue watching the show. How dare you hurt the West Sea Army? Die! At this moment, an angry roar came from the sky. Gu Fei looked up and saw a figure walking in the void in the direction of the town. With just one step, this person arrived above the two of them and looked down at them. This was an old general with white hair and beard. He held a large halberd in his hand and wore battle armor. He looked majestic. Who are you? Gu Fei frowned and said, he didn't expect this person from the West Sea Army to act so quickly. Those people had just retreated, and someone immediately came forward. Moreover, this person was an extreme Tao supreme. Kill! The old general didn't waste any time. He waved the large halberd in his hand and slashed at Gu Fei's head. A violent, extreme Tao power erupted from the halberd, and a strong wind blew in the surroundings. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and smoke and dust surged. However, the next scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. They saw that Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. The halberd slashed down fiercely on his head. Then the halberd that could split a mountain in half was actually repelled. The old general felt as if his attack had struck a piece of immortal divine metal. He didn't even manage to cut a single hair on his opponent. Instead, his hands that were holding the halberd were numb, and the halberd almost flew out of his hands. What? Chapter 47-48. After defeating the young, the old would jump out. This seemed to be an unchanging truth. As soon as Gu Fei defeated Hung Xiong of the West Sea Army, a true extreme grade supreme immediately jumped out. This was an old general who immediately attacked. The old general brandished the halberd in his hand and fiercely hacked at Gu Fei's head. However, a shocking scene occurred. When the old general's halberd hacked at Gu Fei's head, the halberd actually bounced back, causing his hands to go numb. This, Hung Zhantian's shock was no small matter. Is that all you've got? Gu Fei grabbed the halberd and exerted force, directly snatching it from the other party's hand. You! Hung Zhantian was even more shocked. Who the hell are you? Hung Zhantian was both shocked and furious. You're not qualified to know who I am. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Gu Fei stared at Hung Zhantian and said coldly, preposterous. Hung Zhantian was furious. He suddenly took out a Tao artifact and waved his right hand. A divine light wrapped around Gu Fei. A long rope was wrapped in the divine light. The divine rope instantly wrapped around Gu Fei. Ha ha! Hung Zhantian burst into laughter upon seeing this. What are you laughing at? Gu Fei directly struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from the rope wrapped around his body. Ha, don't waste your energy. This divine rope is refined from the tendon of an ancient dragon. Even a half-step eternal expert can't break free from it. They can't tear it apart. The people who were watching the show were all shocked to see this scene. Don't celebrate too early. I haven't even used my strength yet, Gu Fei said. What? Hung Zhantian's expression immediately turned ugly when he heard this. A long rope refined from the dragon tendon of an ancient dragon. As Gu Fei spoke, he gradually increased his strength, and the long rope that was wrapped around his body immediately tightened. Open! Gu Fei roared as his divine power exploded. In the next moment, under Hung Zhantian's incredulous gaze, the rope that was wrapped around Gu Fei's body suddenly snapped. Hung Zhantian was dumbfounded. As expected, Hung Zhantian was ruthlessly beaten up by Gu Fei. After that, he fled back to the encampment in a sorry state. Gu Fei, Wang Xian, and the others went directly to the dock outside the town, and then directly barged into the most luxurious and largest official ship. Audacious! You actually dare to barge into the Imperial Envoy's official ship? Are you tired of living? One of the generals on the official ship roared at Gu Fei and the others. Noisy! Gu Fei waved his large sleeve at the general, and then the general who was guarding the official ship was directly sent flying. No one knew where he flew to. If you don't want to die, then steer the ship for me. Gu Fei swept his gaze over the other people on the official ship. Everyone on the official ship was dumbfounded. Wang Xuanyi just watched from the side, not saying anything. Soon, the official ship left the dock and headed for the open sea. Want to leave? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Then, a giant golden hand suddenly appeared in the sky. This golden hand directly fell from the sky and slammed down towards the official ship. Half-step Eternal Realm. Gu Fei directly used the extreme breaking fist and punched upwards. Rumble! The void trembled as the two powerful forces collided with each other in an instant. A muffled thunder-like sound erupted as a terrifying energy storm swept out. The surrounding sea suddenly fluctuated violently. Wang Xuanyi stood on the deck, stabilizing the shaking official ship. At this time, the person in the sky exclaimed. The giant golden hand, falling from the sky, was directly smashed apart by Gu Fei's punch. Get lost before I get angry. Gu Fei didn't put this half-step eternal guy in his eyes at all. You're courting death. A figure suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. Then a shocking murderous aura broke out from the person in the sky, and the temperature of the whole world dropped rapidly. Hey! Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. How could these guys be so confident and dare to fight with this father? Well, this father will beat you until you're afraid. Let's see if you dare to provoke this father again. I'll go meet him. Gu Fei glanced at Wang Xuanyi next to him, then rose into the sky and rushed towards the person in the sky. Come on, the man shouted. In the next moment, boundless golden light erupted from his body, turning into an earth-shattering sword chi that slashed at Gu Fei. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Gu Fei pointed his sword finger, and the countless sword lights that were slashing towards him actually madly gathered towards his sword finger. How? Is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. I'll return it to you, Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, under the guidance of his sword finger, countless sword lights turned back towards the person in the sky and slashed towards him. What a great 10,000 swords returned to origin! The person rushed into the sky, and at the same time, a mass of divine light enveloped him. It was the protective aura. Countless rays of sword light slashed down on that person's protective barrier. The barrier trembled violently and actually managed to block all the rays of sword light that the other party had sent back. However, he could block the sword lights, but he couldn't block Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's fist was like a hot knife through butter. directly piercing through the man's protective light shield and ruthlessly smashing into his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The person screamed and flew for more than a dozen miles before falling into the sea. "You're overestimating yourself." Gu Fei shook his head, then flew back and landed on the deck of the official ship. "Not playing anymore." Wang Xuanyi looked at Gu Fei and smiled. "How boring." Gu Fei sighed. "West Spirit Island will be fun," Wang Xuanyi said. "Is West Spirit Island really that fun? That's a pirate's lair." Gu Fei was seriously doubtful. "You'll know when you get there," Wang Xuanyi said meaningfully. After Gu Fei defeated the half-step eternal existence, no one dared to cause trouble. Gu Fei and the others were also happy to be free. They even fished on the edge of the ship. After sailing for about 2 hours, a black dot appeared in front of them. "Haha, we're almost there." Wang Xuanyi laughed. "Is that the black dot in front?" Gu Fei asked. "It was too far." No wonder. The eternal divine dynasty was too far away, so it was naturally difficult to deal with these pirates. "Yeah," Wang Xuanyi nodded. "West Spirit Island, I'm coming." Gu Fei stood on the bow deck and shouted at the front, his voice spreading far and wide. Swoosh! At that moment, a huge tentacle suddenly stretched out of the sea and smashed toward the official ship. "What?" Gu Fei was taken aback. Boom! With a loud noise, the official ship they were on was smashed into two by this huge tentacle. Sea Monster. Chapter 47-49. Gu Fei and Wang Xian seized the Eternal Divine Dynasty's official ship and headed straight for West Spirit Island. However, just as West Spirit Island was in sight, a huge tentacle suddenly stretched out of the sea and smashed their official ship into two. The sailors and soldiers on the official ship all fell into the water, struggling in the water. But soon, the sailors and soldiers who were struggling in the water were dragged into the water by something and disappeared. There was no blood on the surface of the sea. A sea monster? Gu Fei and Wang Xian were already in the air. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help being startled. The sea in Eternal World was very dangerous because the sea was larger than the land. There were countless powerful creatures in the sea. There were also many sea creatures in the Eternal Realm. Swoosh! Just then, two pitch-black tentacles rushed out of the sea below Gu Fei and Wang Xian and entangled Gu Fei and Wang Xian in the sky. What? Gu Fei and Wang Xian had no choice but to dodge. An Eternal Realm creature? No way! Gu Fei was truly surprised. This was his first time going out to sea, but he did not expect to encounter an eternal-level, powerful life form the moment he went out to sea. Their luck was really good. Kill! Wang Xian made his move. He swooped down from the sky and plunged into the water. The next moment, the entire sea shook, setting off monstrous waves. Terrifying energy waves erupted from the sea, and mountain-like tentacles stretched out of the sea. The sea monster in the sea was much larger than the octopus monster that Gu Fei had sucked dry in the underground world of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Rumble! The entire sea was boiling. Gu Fei was surprised that the sea monster was so powerful. Were sea creatures so powerful? Boom! Suddenly, the sea exploded, and a figure rushed out of the sea. Swoosh! Behind Wang Xian, a black tentacle chased after him. 10,000 miles of ice. Wang Xian bellowed and turned around, pressing his palm downwards. A terrifying cold energy erupted from his right palm, and the black tentacle that was trying to wrap around him was instantly frozen. In the next moment, the entire surface of the sea was frozen. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be moved. Wang Xian punched out once more, and the frozen tentacle actually crumbled into pieces. Boom! The frozen sea surface suddenly shattered, and a huge black shadow rushed out of the sea. This sea monster was actually a black octopus. This octopus was even bigger than a mountain, and a terrifying fiendish aura burst out from the body of this octopus. Is he finally coming out? Wang Xian laughed out loud. In the next moment, A terrifying, chilling energy erupted from his body, and the surrounding void seemed as though it was about to be frozen. The Kraken was frozen in an instant. Wang Xian used the same trick, wanting to directly smash the Kraken. However, before Wang Xian's palm slammed on the frozen octopus, the ice on the octopus directly shattered. At the same time, a huge tentacle fiercely whipped Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian was whipped and flew out. One blade opens the universe. Gu Fei made his move, and his first move was a killer move. This slash of his blade was extremely overbearing. Swoosh! Wherever the saber light passed, a huge mountain-sized tentacle fell from the sky. Bluish-purple blood sprayed out and dyed the surface of the sea blue. Gu Fei continued to attack, and the blade light was extremely sharp, leaving bloody marks on the Kraken's body. Damn it! At this time, Wang Xian had already rushed back. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He flipped his right hand, and a great spear immediately appeared in his hand. Kill! Without any hesitation, Wang Xian directly threw the great spear in his hand. The great spear turned into a cold light and directly nailed the Kraken to the sea. At this time, Gu Fei raised his blade and directly broke the Kraken's head, taking out a yellow bead. This bead is the size of an adult's head. An extremely powerful fluctuation of power erupted from the beast core in Gu Fei's hand. This is the beast core of an eternal level creature. What a pure essence qi! Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he felt the powerful energy contained in the beast core, which is bigger than an adult's head. However, Gu Fei also needs this bead to restore his cultivation base. Wang Xian knows about Gu Fei's situation, so he is embarrassed to compete with Gu Fei. Let's go! Wang Xian looked at the sky and said. At this time, dark clouds emerged from the horizon. A storm is coming. A large number of debris floated on the sea. The official ship has long sunk into the water and disappeared. Let's go! Gu Fei followed Wang Xian and flew toward West Spirit Island. Although West Spirit Island is already in sight, it still took them half a day to fly to West Spirit Island. Lightning began to appear in the sky, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Gu Fei and Wang Xian dared to arrive at West Spirit Island before the storm. As soon as they landed on the dock, they were immediately surrounded by a group of soldiers. Who are you? An old general clad in battle armor walked out. An extreme grade supreme. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This West Spirit Island is amazing. Even the people guarding the dock are extreme grade supreme. In fact, Gu Fei is wrong. The people guarding the dock are other people, but West Spirit Island is currently at war with the Eternal Divine Dynasty. That is why Marquis West Sea sent an extreme grade supreme to guard the dock. It's me. Wang Xian looked at the old man. Ah, greetings, old master. The old man's face turned pale when he saw Wang Xian. He knelt on the ground and said carefully, Old master. Gu Fei stared at Wang Xian with indescribable shock. Why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Wang Xian said very narcissistically. I really haven't seen one before. Gu Fei said very seriously. Scram! Wang Xian gave Gu Fei the middle finger. Gu Fei arrived at West Spirit Island. This island was much bigger than he had imagined. This wasn't an island at all, but rather a continent. Moreover, West Spirit Island is bustling with people. It is very prosperous. It is hard to imagine that this is a pirate's paradise. And Marquis West Sea is the pirate leader of West Spirit Island. Gu Fei is very curious. What kind of person is this Marquis West Sea to be able to govern West Spirit Island so well? This is basically a kingdom. Chapter 4750. West Spirit Island was located in the West Sea of the Eternal Divine Dynasty's western region. It was originally within the Eternal Divine Dynasty's territory, but it had never been under the Eternal Divine Dynasty's jurisdiction. Of course, West Spirit Island was still nominally part of the Eternal Divine Dynasty's territory. The Marquis of West Sea of West Spirit Island was also conferred a title by the Eternal Divine Dynasty. In the entire Eternal Divine Dynasty, only a handful of people had been conferred the title of a Marquis. Let's go to West Hill City. Wang Xian directly brought Gu Fei to West Hill City. Along the way, no one dared to stop them, and their journey was smooth. The atmosphere on West Spirit Island was extremely tense. There was news that the imperial envoy sent by the Eternal Divine Dynasty had been killed in a small town on the west coast. Some people said that the Marquis of West Sea had sent someone to kill the imperial envoy. The Marquis of West Sea did not want to take the blame. He had actually come out to clarify that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he had to have someone believe him. The atmosphere on West Spirit Island was very tense. The important places were heavily guarded, and the coastal areas were heavily guarded by the Marquis of West Sea. When Wang Xian and Gu Fei arrived at West Sea City, the city gates were already closed. At this time, West Sea City was in a state of tight defense. "Open the gates!" Wang Xian shouted at the guards on the city walls. "Who's shouting?" A general on top of the city wall scolded. "Ah, it's the old master!" The moment the general saw Wang Xian's appearance, he was so shocked that he almost fell off the city wall. "Open the gates! Open the gates! You Hunan people should be more efficient, okay?" The general roared at the soldiers guarding the city gate. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers guarding the city gate hurriedly opened the gate. When they entered the city, the general had already eagerly walked down from the top of the city wall, wanting to curry favor with his old master, Wang Xian. "Scram!" Wang Xian glared at the general. "Yes, yes, yes. Scram immediately." The general actually rolled away. "You're quite impressive." Gu Fei laughed. Wang Xian laughed dryly and walked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Gu Fei quickly followed. On the streets of West Sea City, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There were many shops on both sides, and all kinds of people coming and going on the streets. It was very lively. This made Gu Fei very surprised. The inside and outside of this West Sea City were simply two different worlds. The atmosphere outside the city was tense, but inside the city was still very calm. The pirates here didn't look like pirates. Those who are passing by, come and take a look. The beast core of the West Seawater Ape King is only 1,000 immortal crystals, 1 immortal transformation grass, 500 immortal crystals. Top-grade dragon bloodstone, come and take a look. On both sides of the street, there were many people setting up stalls and shouting. Gu Fei realized that the things these guys were selling weren't fakes. They were all genuine cultivation resources. In Eternal World, the currency used here was immortal crystals. Immortal crystals were good items. They were a cultivation resource that all cultivators in Eternal World needed. The reason for that was because immortal crystals contained formidable, worldly spiritual energy. All cultivators would use immortal crystals for cultivation. In the world of cultivation, cultivation resources were generally traded or purchased using immortal crystals. Dragon Bloodstone is a good item. Gu Fei walked towards the stall selling the Dragon Bloodstone. Dragon Bloodstone? Wang Xian gave Gu Fei a glance and was quick to guess what he wanted to do. This fellow wanted to recover his cultivation base. The Dragon Bloodstone contained ancestral dragon energy. Naturally, this was a good item for him. The ancestral dragon of Eternal World was not something that the ancestral dragons of other worlds could compare with. The ancestral dragons here were eternal-level existences. Brother, what do you think of this Dragon Bloodstone? This is a top-grade Dragon Bloodstone. It was found in an ancient dragon nest. It is definitely a good item. Seeing someone show interest in his Dragon Bloodstone, the middle-aged stall owner's swarthy face smiled into a chrysanthemum. A Dragon Bloodstone found in an ancient dragon nest? Gu Fei grew even more interested. Hey, This Shwebuiwa is trying to scam people again. Some people nearby whispered to each other. Treasure found in an ancient dragon nest? That's just an ordinary dragon blood stone. Some people were watching the show. This dragon blood stone looks very ordinary. Even Wang Xian frowned. He, too, was looking down on the stone. The dragon blood stone was very big. It was as tall as an average human and weighed at least 5,000 jin. Additionally, the dragon blood on the stone was very bright. It was as though it had just been dyed. However, not a strand of dragon energy seeped out from the dragon bloodstone. Even the average dragon bloodstone would seep out with dragon energy, let alone an ancient dragon bloodstone dug out from an ancient dragon nest. Without dragon energy, it was just a piece of useless stone. How much? Gu Fei reached out with his hand to touch the blood-colored stone. It was cold to the touch, but other than that, there seemed to be nothing strange about it. However, the peerless divine saber in Gu Fei's inner world shook when he touched the dragon bloodstone. That was a peerless, ominous saber, forged from the corpse of an ancient azure dragon. That ancient azure dragon was an extreme Dao-level peerless, ominous dragon. Since the peerless, ominous saber had a reaction, there was something strange about this dragon bloodstone. One had to know there was a connection between the bloodlines of the dragon race. It was the same for the dragons in the eternal world, the human world, and the ancestral realm. 10,000 immortal crystals. The stall owner, Shwebuiwa, stretched out a finger. What? Why don't you go rob someone? Wang Xian said coldly. 10,000 immortal crystals was not a small amount. Even a medium-sized immortal crystal mine could only produce 10,000 to 20,000 immortal crystals in a year. Low-grade immortal crystals? Gu Fei said, "Haha, fellow Taoist, you must be joking." Shwebuiwa's smile became somewhat unnatural. Mid-grade. Gu Fei said again, "High-grade." Shwebuiwa stared at Gu Fei and said, 10,000 immortal crystals and high-grade at that? Wang Xian was speechless. This was just a useless stone. This was simply a scam. 1,000. Gu Fei said indifferently, "What, 1,000?" The stall owner, Shwebuiwa, thought that he had misheard. 1,000 it is. Gu Fei still looked indifferent. This, Shwebuiwa was also speechless. 1,000 is too little, Shwebuiwa said hesitantly. Forget it then. Gu Fei said and was about to leave. Hey, don't. Add more. This is a dragon bloodstone that was really dug out from the ancient dragon nest. Shwebuiwa hurriedly said, I thought that this stone was not bad. It's bright red and pleasing to the eye as an ornamental stone, but don't take me for a fool. Gu Fei's expression remained indifferent. This. Chapter 47:51. West Sea City was bustling with activity. On both sides of the street, in addition to shops, there were also many people setting up stalls. Gu Fei took a fancy to a dragon bloodstone that was as tall as a person and weighed thousands of kilograms. This dragon bloodstone was formed by splashing the blood of a real dragon on the stone. The blood of a real dragon contained the essence of the dragon. This essence seeped into the stone and then condensed inside the stone. This was the origin of the dragon bloodstone. However, the blood of a real dragon was too rare, so the dragon bloodstone was also very rare. As long as it was a real dragon bloodstone, it would more or less emit dragon chi. However, the dragon bloodstone that Gu Fei took a fancy to did not have any dragon chi at all. Fellow Taoist, I can tell that you are an extraordinary person at first glance. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. You should add more points. 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals are too little. You should know that this dragon bloodstone came from the ancient dragon nest. I can tell that you are someone who doesn't lack immortal crystals. The middle-aged cultivator, Shwebuiwa, said with a fawning expression, I don't lack immortal crystals, but it depends on whether it's worth it. Gu Fei smiled. Then, fellow Taoist, add another 1,000. 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals, and this dragon bloodstone will be yours. Shwe Buyue had been setting up a stall here for a few days. No one would take a second look at this dragon bloodstone. Now that he had finally encountered a big fish, how could he face himself if he didn't take advantage of this big fish? 2,000 is too expensive. 1,200. I don't want any more, Gu Fei said with a firm tone. This, Shwe Buyue hesitated. He was more than happy to sell this dragon bloodstone. Just as he was about to agree, a voice came from the side. 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals. I want this dragon bloodstone. A young man in white walked over with a folding fan in his hand. Gu Fei looked at the young man in white and saw that he was handsome and had a good appearance. However, there was a trace of evil in his eyes. Shwe Buyue's eyes lit up when he saw this young man. He smiled like a chrysanthemum. This was another person who didn't lack immortal crystals. Dragon! Wang Xian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, suddenly said, "You can actually see through my true form." The white-dressed young master looked at Wang Xian with some surprise. The current Wang Xian was just like an ordinary person. There was no aura of a cultivator coming from his body. However, it was obvious that the white-robed young master knew his stuff. The more ordinary a person looked, the more extraordinary and powerful he was. Wang Xian sneered and did not speak. You dare to be rude to my young master? One of the attendants behind the white-clothed young master immediately jumped out and pointed at Wang Xian. Don't be rude, the white-clothed young master hurriedly shouted at his entourage. It was best not to provoke such an unfathomable person. Yes, young master. When the followers saw that the white-dressed young master was enraged, he immediately cowered. My servant was rude. Please don't take offense, fellow Taoist, the white-clothed prince said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't care about this guy at all. This guy didn't seem to mind at all. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to pay 2,000? Shwe looked at the white-dressed young master in pleasant surprise. That's right. The white-dressed young master nodded and said. As he spoke, he walked up and put his hand on the dragon bloodstone as if he was sensing something. Seeing that the dragon bloodstone was about to fall into his hands, Gu Fei was very displeased when a gigolo suddenly appeared at this moment. Fellow Taoist, you're too unkind to snatch what others like. Gu Fei looked at the white-dressed young master indifferently. Well, fellow Taoist, I also like this stone very much. The highest bidder gets it. There's nothing wrong with that. The white-dressed young master retracted his right hand from the dragon bloodstone and shrugged. The highest bidder gets it? Gu Fei smiled. You actually want to compete with me in terms of wealth. You're really overestimating yourself. Haha. This dragon bloodstone will naturally belong to whoever offers the highest price. At this moment, Shwe Buyue was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was just a piece of waste stone. He was overjoyed that someone was fighting for the stone. This was the only way he could sell it at a high price. 2,001 high-grade immortal crystals. Gu Fei said. 2,002. The white-dressed young master immediately bid. 2,003. 2,004. This time, Shwe Buyue was dumbfounded. What's wrong with these two guys? Increasing the price by one high-grade spirit stone after another. Are they playing with me? Gu Fei and the white-dressed young master were at loggerheads. The price he offered was just one more than this guy, no more, no less. After bidding for a long time, it only increased to more than 2,500. This made Shwe Buyue, who thought he could make a fortune, so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Some busybodies gradually gathered around to watch the show. I say, can't you two settle it at once? Shwe Buyue said angrily. All right, I'll pay 5,000. The white-dressed young master made a ruthless move. 5,001. Gu Fei said unhurriedly, Fellow Taoist, that's not good. Are you playing with me? The white-dressed young master was really angry. You just realized it. Gu-Fei smiled. What you? The white-dressed young master was instantly furious. Kid, how dare you play with my young master dragon? Are you courting death? The entourage behind the white-dressed young master immediately jumped out and pointed at Gu-Fei and scolded. This time, young Master Long didn't reprimand his followers anymore. In fact, it was difficult for him to sense anything wrong with this dragon bloodstone. But his intuition told him that there must be something wrong with this dragon bloodstone. Young Master Dragon, are you not going to bid? Shuebu looked at the young Master Dragon and asked carefully. Humph, let's go. The young Master Dragon glared at Gu-Fei, then turned around and left with his entourage. Young Master Dragon, don't you want this dragon bloodstone? Shuebu shouted. He wanted the young Master Dragon to raise the price. However, the young Master Dragon left angrily with his entourage without looking back. Kid, you have to be careful. The West Sea Dragon clan is not to be trifled with, Wang Xian suddenly said to Gu-Fei. West Sea Dragon clan. Gu-Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard that. How does the West Sea Dragon clan compare to Wu Tianheng? Gu-Fei asked. That's hard to say, Wang Xian pondered. One should know that there were also super ancient beings in the West Sea Dragon clan. It was hard for outsiders to guess the background of such a powerful clan. Fellow Daoist, this dragon bloodstone, Shuebu looked at Gu-Fei with a smile that was like a chrysanthemum. Are you afraid that I won't take it? Gu-Fei smiled and threw out a stalk of godly medicine. This, Shuebu received the divine herb, and his eyes immediately lit up as he stared fixedly at it. Are you sure you want to exchange this divine herb for my dragon bloodstone? Shuebu's voice trembled. Of course. Gu-Fei waved his hand, and the dragon bloodstone flew into his inner world. I don't even know why you're interested in a useless stone, Wang Xian said in confusion. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 4752. The West Sea Dragon clan was definitely one of the most powerful forces in the West Sea. Even on West Spirit Island, Marquis West Sea didn't want to provoke the West Sea Dragon clan. That young Master Dragon was from the West Sea Dragon clan. Young Master Dragon hid very well, but Wang Xian was a true eternal expert. He naturally saw through young Master Dragon at a glance. Gu-Fei didn't care who this young Master Dragon was. He wouldn't give up what he wanted to others easily. Moreover, there was something strange about this dragon bloodstone. Every time Gu-Fei touched it, the peerless dragon saber in his inner world would vibrate. You have to be careful of those guys from the West Sea Dragon clan. Wang Xian brought Li Kuang to the city lord's mansion. TCH. Gu-Fei didn't take it seriously at all. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. At this time, an old general in battle armor came to Gu-Fei and the others with a spear in hand. Greetings, old master. The old general hurriedly saluted Wang Xian. Where's Wang Hao? Tell him to come out and see me. Wang Xian said coldly. Well, the city lord isn't on the island. The general said carefully. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Humph, let's go. Wang Xian sneered and turned to leave with Gu-Fei. In the east of West Sea City, there was a courtyard. This was Wang Xian's residence in West Sea City. Wang Xian was actually Marquis West Sea of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. No, it should be the previous generation's Marquis West Sea. Back then, he was very awe-inspiring. However, just when he was at the peak of his life, he was plotted against and sent down to the lower realm. This time, he came back to take revenge. However, he found that the current Marquis West Sea was actually his son Wang Hao. Back then, Wang Hao was only a half-step extreme, grade, cultivator. Now, this kid had become Marquis West Sea, and his cultivation had broken through to the eternal grade. His enemies from back then had all been killed by his own son. In other words, he didn't need to seek revenge. Wang Xian's return strengthened Marquis West Sea's forces, giving him the confidence to oppose the eternal divine dynasty. Gu Fei temporarily stayed at Wang Xian's place. At this time, in the largest inn in the east of West Sea City, Sir Long was meeting with a mysterious person. This mysterious person came from the West Sea City's Lord Mansion. Humph! Wang, how wants to form an alliance with the dragon clan of the West Sea? You want to marry the princess of our West Ocean Dragon clan. Stop dreaming. Young Master Long sneered. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? The mysterious man was a little annoyed. Nothing much. Please tell your master that a toad can't eat a swan's meat. Young Master Long said in disdain. The mysterious man, shrouded in black, was both shocked and furious. So the West Sea Dragon clan doesn't want to cooperate with us? The mysterious man said tentatively, as long as you help me kill this person, how about my West Sea Dragon clan ally with your West Sea City? Young Master Long waved his right hand and a shadow appeared in the sky. That shadow was none other than Gu Fei. Kill this person. The mysterious man looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but frown. Can you or not? Just say it. Be straightforward. Young Master Long was a little impatient. All right. The mysterious man nodded. Ha! Great. Then this young master will wait for your good news. Young Master Long laughed. Humph. See you later. The mysterious man stood up, cupped his hands to young Master Long, and left directly. Young Master, this guy dared to show you face. Do you want to teach him a lesson? A servant said carefully to young Master Long, Are you stupid? If you teach this guy a lesson, who will help me kill the little guy who competed with me for the Dragon Bloodstone. Young Master Long almost kicked this guy to the street. Yes. The servant immediately trembled with fear. Dare to compete with me, humph. Young Master Long said to himself with a grin. He didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes. Damn. Young Master Long actually asked me to kill old Master's friend? Soon. The mysterious man knew that he was being used. The person that young Master Long asked him to kill turned out to be Wang Xian's friend, Gu Fei. What should he do? That person was now in the east of the city, staying with old Master. The mysterious man was Marquis West Sea's confidant. No matter how resourceful he was dumbfounded. How would he dare to kill old Master's friend? However, if he didn't kill him, he couldn't form an alliance with the West Sea Dragon clan. This was really too difficult. What should we do now? One of the mysterious man's subordinates said. How would I know? Let's wait and see first. The mysterious man was very depressed. In order to get the support of the West Sea Dragon clan, the mysterious man readily agreed to help young Master Long kill Gu Fei. However, the mysterious man was having a headache now. He had to contact Marquis West Sea. This Marquis West Sea was really not on West Spirit Island. The mysterious man could only send a message to Marquis West Sea. Soon, the mysterious man received a reply from Marquis West Sea. There was only one word in the reply, kill. Then let's kill. The mysterious man began to arrange his subordinates. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. The mysterious man began to make adjustments to Gu Fei. He's actually an extreme Tao Supreme. Things are getting interesting. The mysterious man smiled. They couldn't kill Gu Fei in old Master's house. They could only wait for Gu Fei to come out of his residence before they could make a move to kill this guy. On this day, Gu Fei finally came out. He was heading to the West Sea City's auction. This time, there was an item that he must obtain in the West Sea City's auction. Only by obtaining that item could Gu Fei touch the Dragon Bloodstone. However, just as Gu Fei left Wang Xian's residence, he was blocked in a small alley. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the three masked men opposite the alley and said in a deep voice. Behind her, there were also three masked men in black clothes. In the hands of these people, they were all holding powerful Tao weapons. 6 Extreme Tao Supreme. What a big move. Who wanted to kill him? That so-called young Master Long? Little Guy Dai. The 6 mysterious men directly attacked Gu Fei. The power that erupted from the powerful Tao weapons was very shocking. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the head of one of the masked men in black clothes. What? The 6 Extreme Supremes were taken aback when they saw this. Rumble! Gu Fei stepped on the head of one of the mysterious men. Bam! The power of heaven trampling erupted, and the mysterious man was actually stomped into the ground by Gu Fei. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed masked men were truly shocked. Kill. Chapter 47:53. The West Sea City was a big city, and it was also an ancient city. The auction here was very famous, because all the pirates of the West Sea would auction their good stuff here in hopes of selling it for a good price. Wang Xian was the previous city lord of this ancient city. Someone invited him to participate in the West Sea auction, but he didn't have the time to attend. Hence, Gu Fei attended on his behalf. However, Gu Fei was ambushed on his way to the auction. 6 supreme beings blocked Gu Fei in an alley and attacked, wanting to kill Gu Fei with absolute power. However, the 6 supreme beings didn't expect that the person they had to deal with was so abnormal. Gu Fei stomped in supreme being into the ground with 1 foot, only revealing his head. In the next moment, this unlucky fellow died. Blood was seeping out of his 7 orifices, and the supreme primordial spirit in his body was shattered by Gu Fei's stomp. The other 5 extreme grade supremes were shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. They had just made a move, and someone from their side had already received a bento box. Let's attack together and blast him into pieces. The leader of the group, a black-bearded old man, roared furiously. He mobilized his life-bound Tao artifact to attack Gu Fei. A formidable power of the extreme Tao erupted, causing the surrounding buildings to shake. Kill! The others didn't dare to hold back and attacked with all their might. The 5 supreme Tao artifacts unleashed their strongest power and shot towards Gu Fei at the same time. This attack was incomparably terrifying, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void. Even though the surrounding houses were protected by the power of the great city protecting formation, cracks still appeared on them. Sai, you're courting death. Gu Fei suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, in the next moment, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and an extremely domineering aura erupted from his body. He was like a slumbering supreme beast that was suddenly awakened, and his shocking murderous aura caused the wind and clouds to change color. 1 punch to break extreme supremacy. Gu Fei roared and threw out 5 punches. Then, the 5 supreme Tao treasures that were hurtling towards him shattered in the void. His fist force continued to soar as it smashed the supreme Tao artifact. It headed straight for the 5 supreme Tao supremes. How is this possible? I don't want to die. Lingyu, that be asterisk starred, he set us up. The 5 extreme grade supremes were scared out of their wits by Gu Fei's indestructible extreme, shattering fist. They wanted to escape, but Gu Fei's fist energy suppressed everything in its path. The 5 extreme Tao supremes all felt as though an immemorial divine mountain was pressing down on them. It was extremely uncomfortable. Without any suspense, the 5 extreme grade supremes were directly blown up by Gu Fei's 1 punch and turned into 5 clouds of blood mist. Among them, the primordial spirits of 4 of them were shattered, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The primordial chi of the 5 extreme grade supremes was completely devoured by him, leaving only a primordial spirit floating in the void. He deliberately left a primordial spirit behind in order to read their memories and find out who the mastermind was. Gu Fei's eternal martial constitution was a bottomless pit. Even though he had absorbed the primordial chi of the 5 extreme grade supremes, his cultivation did not improve much. However, Gu Fei's qi and blood were much stronger than before. At some point, the void shook and 6 black holes appeared in the void. Those were the inner worlds created by the 6 extreme grade supremes. Once the owners of these inner worlds died, the inner worlds would naturally collapse. Gu Fei directly suppressed these 6 inner worlds and then took them away. These were all his spoils of war. These 6 inner worlds contain the lifetime savings of these 6 extreme grade supremes. He disappeared in a flash with a primordial spirit. 6 extreme Tao paragons were directly killed by Gu Fei. They were completely wiped out, and the 6 great inner worlds were taken away. Before the others could arrive, he had already left this place and continued on his way to the West Sea auction house. At this time, the auction had not yet begun. In the VIP room, young Master Long was lying on a soft couch with his legs crossed. The maidservant next to him was carefully feeding him a golden immortal fruit. "Young Master, I heard from Lingyu that he spent a lot of money to hire 6 extreme grade supremes to ambush the guy named Gu Fei. That reckless guy is definitely dead this time." A servant in green in front of young Master Long said in a low voice, "Humph. This is the consequence of snatching things from me." Young Master Long said coldly, Yes. That guy deserves it." The servant in green hurriedly said. At this time, Marquis West Sea strategist Lingyu was waiting for news in another VIP room. The auction house in West Sea City was very large, with more than a dozen VIP rooms. This time, all the VIP rooms were occupied by the nobles in the city. At this time, the auction was about to begin. The entire auction house was full, because among the auction items this time, there were a few very good things that attracted the attention of countless people. At this time, a person opened Lingyu's door and walked in. "What? The 6 extreme grade supremes are all dead?" In the VIP room, Lingyu exclaimed. Hearing the news that Gu Fei was not dead, Lingyu was shocked and angry. In order to please young Master Long, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to kill Gu Fei. But now his plan failed. At this time, Gu Fei walked in from outside. "What, Gu Fei is not dead?" In the VIP room, young Master Long was really shocked when he received the report from his subordinate. How is it possible that even the 6 extreme grade supremes can't kill this guy? Young Master Long said in disbelief. At this time, the auction had already begun. The first auction item was a dagger. This was a sharp dagger that could even cut through divine iron. In the end, the mysterious dagger was auctioned off for more than 500 high-grade immortal crystals. 500 high-grade immortal crystals was not a small number. This dagger had no special characteristics except for its sharpness, and there were no Tao patterns left by the extreme grade supremes on it. There will never be a lack of people in this world, stupid and rich guys. Gu Fei went directly to Ling Yu's VIP room, then directly kicked open the door of the VIP room and barged in. "You!" Ling Yu was shocked and angry. "How dare you plot against me? Who do you think you are?" Gu Fei stepped forward and punched this guy in the face, making his face look as wonderful as a dye shop. "You!" Ling Yu stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. "You want to ask me how I know, right? I'm not afraid to tell you. I also know a little bewitching technique." Gu Fei sneered. Chapter 4754. Gu Fei went out early in the morning, happily to participate in the West Sea City's West Sea auction. But who would have thought that as soon as he went out, he would be blocked in an alley? If his cultivation had not been restored to the extreme grade realm, wouldn't today be his death anniversary? It was intolerable. Gu Fei immediately killed the 6 extreme martial supremes that ambushed him and took away their inner worlds. He then used a godly plunder secret technique to read the memories of one of their nascent spirits. The mastermind turned out to be someone from the West Sea City, Lord's Mansion, and this person was Marquis West Sea's military advisor. After knowing all this, Gu Fei felt terrible. Damn, it turned out to be Marquis West Sea's military advisor who hired assassins to kill him. This is too melodramatic. Why? I have no enmity with Marquis West Sea, nor do I have any grievances with him. Why does Marquis West Sea's military advisor want to kill me? I'm also friends with Marquis West Sea's father. Gu Fei charged straight to the auction house, kicked open the door of the VIP room and barged in. With a single punch, he smashed the face of the military advisor under the Marquis of West Sea into a bloody mess. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Gu Fei sat down on the soft couch, reached out to pick a spirit fruit from the fruit plate on the table, and threw it into his mouth. What? Ling Yu was stunned when he heard this. Don't play dumb in front of me, or I will trample you to death. Gu Fei looked coldly at Ling Yu, who was covering his nose, and said, Do you know who I am? How dare you threaten me? Ling Yu pointed at Gu Fei and shouted. What are you shouting for? Gu Fei suddenly stood up and waved his right hand. Slap. Gu Fei slapped Ling Yu's face hard, and he flew out, hit the wall, and then slid to the ground. If you keep talking, I will kill you. Gu Fei was truly enraged this time. Ling Yu, the #1 counselor under Marquis West Sea, was stunned by Gu Fei again. He lay on the ground, unable to stand up. At this time, in this VIP room, the servants who served Ling Yu were all trembling in fear. Don't kill me, I'll talk. Ling Yu directly admitted defeat. Gu Fei's slap directly knocked out a few teeth on his left side. His mouth was full of blood, and his speech was a little slurred. Then, Ling Yu betrayed Mr. Dragon without any sense of loyalty. It's that guy. Gu Fei recalled the arrogant and despotic fellow who fought with him for the Dragon Bloodstone. What's so great about the West Sea Dragon clan? Gu Fei said angrily. This has nothing to do with me. It was young Master Long who ordered me to do this. Ling Yu pushed all the blame to Mr. Dragon. It was more important to stay alive. This guy's killing intent was not a joke. This guy really wanted to kill her. Although Ling Yu was a counselor under Marquis West Sea, he also had a half-step extreme grade cultivation. He knew that if the guy in front of him wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Ling Yu was known for his intelligence. This guy had already investigated Gu Fei's background. The other party was the old master's friend. Even if he killed him, Marquis West Sea couldn't do anything to him. The old master was even more powerful than his master, Marquis West Sea. Die. No, Gu Fei didn't care so much. He directly stepped on Ling Yu's head. The next moment, this guy's head was directly stepped into the hard floor, and he died. Ling Yu never thought that he, who was smart all his life, would die in such a worthless way. He never thought that he would be trampled to death. Piercing the sky, the attendants in the VIP room were all scared half to death. Ling Yu's cultivation was not very high, but he was the favorite of Marquis West Sea. Who was Marquis West Sea? He was an awesome person who dared to go against the eternal divine dynasty. In this West Sea city and even the entire West Spirit Island, Marquis West Sea was the absolute ruler. Gu Fei didn't care about this. He directly rushed to the VIP room where young Master Long was. Bam! Gu Fei directly kicked open the door of the VIP room where young Master Long was, and then rushed in. It's you! When young Master Long saw that it was Gu Fei, he was so scared that he jumped up from the soft couch. The two maids next to him were also scared out of their wits. You're really lucky. Young Master Long laughed sinisterly. Haha, I don't know if I'm lucky or not, but I know that you will die here today. Gu Fei looked at young Master Long opposite him and suddenly said with a smile, This guy was only a half-step extreme Dao cultivator, but this guy dared to run amok in West Sea City. Wasn't it because he had the support of the West Sea Dragon clan? No matter how strong the West Sea Dragon clan was, could they be stronger than that guy from Mount Fulong? That mysterious dragon lady from Mount Fulong was the real ruthless character. At this time, the Fire Continent was almost destroyed. The mysterious dragon lady was peerlessly powerful. She killed so many people that the Fire Spirit Patriarch hid in the fire vein of the Fire Continent and didn't dare to come out. When the news spread, the world was shocked. Although Gu Fei was on West Spirit Island, he also heard about this. Ha ha! Young Master Long suddenly laughed and looked at Gu Fei mockingly. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you're invincible just because you killed a few extreme Dao cultivators? What a joke. Wu Long, tell this guy if you attacked, how many moves would it take to kill those extreme Dao cultivators? Young Master Long stared at Gu Fei contemptuously. One move. An inconspicuous old servant in green behind young Master Long walked out. Did you hear that? Young Master Long said coldly, I thought you were an ordinary extreme Dao cultivator. I didn't expect you to be at the peak of extreme Dao. Interesting. Gu Fei was still laughing. What, you can see Wu Long's cultivation? When young Master Long heard this, his expression finally changed. No one knew Wu Long's cultivation better than him. He borrowed Wu Long's cultivation from his father. Wu Long was at the peak of extreme Dao. This was the reason why young Master Long had the confidence to travel the West Sea. I want to see how you can kill me in one move. Gu Fei looked at the old servant in green opposite him and said with a faint smile, Wu Long, since he wants to die, you can reluctantly send him on his way. Young Master Long said sarcastically, Yes, young master. The azure-clothed old servant straightened his back, and a shocking aura immediately erupted from the old servant's skinny body. The VIP room suddenly lit up with mysterious Dao patterns, and the power of the Great Path froze the entire VIP room. The people outside did not know what was happening in the VIP room. The auction was still going on outside. Only the big shots in the other VIP rooms felt that something was wrong. When Gu Fei broke the door and entered, he had already sealed the entire VIP room. Even if the fight inside was earth-shattering, the people outside would not sense any movement. However, the people in the VIP room were miserable. Young Master Long's subordinates and the two maidservants were instantly blown into a mist of blood. Under this shocking power, their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Chapter 47:55. The auction house of West Sea City was huge, and there were 12 VIP rooms. And these 12 VIP rooms were not ordinary. They were protected by a Dao pattern array set up by a half-step Eternal Realm expert. Even if a peak Extreme Realm expert attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to break these VIP rooms. Only people of high status could enter the VIP room and participate in this auction. However, no one knew that in young Master Long's VIP room, a great battle was breaking out. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. When he learned that the mastermind behind the plot was young Master Long, he immediately rushed into the VIP room where young Master Long was. Brat, those who offend me never live. Today shall be the anniversary of your death. Young Master Long waved his folding fan and looked at Gu Fei disdainfully. Is that so? I can tell you, anyone who offends me, I will invite him to receive a bento box. Gu Fei sneered. What bento box? Young Master Long was stunned. Ignorant fool, what does a coffin look like? Does it look like a bento box? Gu Fei sneered. You, Wu Long, kill him. Young Master Long was furious and directly ordered the old servant in green. Yes, young master. The old servant in green, Wu Long, responded. Then he took a step forward and directly punched at Gu Fei. A huge dragon shadow emerged from his body, bearing its fangs and claws at Gu Fei. This punch was extremely powerful. It was hard to imagine that a thin old man could make such a punch. Humph! Gu Fei clenched his right hand and punched out. His punch was light as a feather, as if there was no power behind it at all. However, the moment his fist collided with his opponent's fist, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Haha, do you know how powerful I am? Young Master Long laughed. He had a secret treasure to protect himself. Even the power fluctuation of a peak Extreme Realm expert could not hurt him. However, the next moment, the smile on young Master Long's face froze. Then his eyes widened in horror, and his eyeballs almost fell out. How is this possible? Young Master Dragon's voice trembled. What he saw was an unbelievable and horrifying scene. The one who was injured was not Gu Fei, but Oolong. Oolong's entire fist had disappeared. It had been blown up by Gu Fei's light punch. Then Oolong let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. He slammed into the wall behind him and bounced back. At the same time, Gu Fei's second punch came. Bam! With a muffled sound, the black dragon's head exploded. Even its primordial spirit collapsed in the void. An extreme supreme of the dragon clan was killed by Gu Fei with 2 punches just like that. Simple and direct. 2 punches killed a dragon clan supreme martial artist at the peak of extreme grade. Seeing this scene, young Master Dragon was so scared that his soul was trembling. He watched helplessly as Gu Fei stepped forward and stopped Oolong's internal world that was about to explode. Gu Fei had actually forcibly taken away Oolong's internal world. Who are you? Young Master Dragon stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. My name is Gu Fei. Remember, the next generation shouldn't provoke me again. Oh, it seems that you don't have a next life. What should I do? Gu Fei looked at young Master Dragon and said mockingly, the rich kid who was high and mighty and wanted to kill him as easily as stepping on an ant just a moment ago had now become a pitiful worm. You! Young Master Dragon's expression changed drastically. Do you know who I am and who my father is? If you can let me go, I'll give you a great opportunity. Otherwise, you won't be able to live even if you kill me. Young Master Dragon said coldly. Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me. Gu Fei was a little curious. The great opportunity that young Master Dragon took a fancy to was naturally extraordinary. I'll tell you if you promise to let me go. Young Master Dragon's expression was solemn. Then you don't have to say it, Gu Fei said and threw another punch. No. Young Master Dragon was scared to death when he saw Gu Fei trying to kill him without saying a word. Bam! There was a dull sound of impact, and Gu Fei's punch was blocked by an invisible force. A ball of light appeared in the void. Ha ha ha. Young Master Dragon was surprised at first and then delighted. In the end, he laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. Why, aren't you very powerful? Are you very powerful? Did you kill my bodyguard with 2 punches? Why can't you break my defense now? Young Master Dragon roared at Gu Fei crazily. Another guy who relies on his father. Gu Fei was very disdainful. However, he had to admit that the other party's defense was very strong. However, this did not mean that he couldn't break the other party's defense. With the cultivation of the extreme grade realm and the genuine eternal martial body, Gu Fei's punch just now only used less than 30% of his strength. So what if I rely on my father? It's better than having no father, young Master Dragon said sarcastically. Sigh, ignorance is really pitiful. As Gu Fei spoke, he punched again. This time, he increased his strength to 60%. Bam! Kacha! The sound of something shattering could be heard from young Master Dragon's body. Young Master Long, you're really shocked. A crack appeared on a protective jade token on his body, and the protective power of the jade token immediately weakened. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei punched again. Then, the protective jade token on young Master Dragon's body shattered, and the fragments fell to the ground. Oh no! Young Master Dragon really felt the aura of death, which made his soul tremble. Die! No! Young Master Dragon was so scared that he fell to the ground. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded from young Master Dragon's body. A dragon's shadow emerged from his body and circled around him. Who dares to kill my descendant? An old voice sounded, and the purple dragon that coiled around young Master Dragon emitted a strong wave of divine will. Divine will incarnation? When Gu Fei saw the purple dragon on young Master Dragon's body, he could not help but frown. This was the divine will incarnation that the Eternal One planted on this guy. Just now it was this spiritual will incarnation that blocked his punch and saved this guy. Die. Gu Fei could not be bothered with this guy. He roared and punched at young Master Dragon and the purple dragon on his body. How dare you! The purple dragon on young Master Dragon's body roared and rushed out of young Master Dragon's body, pouncing at Gu Fei. Extreme breaking fist, 120%. Gu Fei's right arm shook, and an extremely terrifying fist force immediately erupted from his fist, shaking the surrounding void. What? The purple dragon only had time to let out a cry of surprise before it was blown up by Gu Fei's punch. Chapter 47:56. After Gu Fei killed young Master Long, he left the VIP room and went outside to participate in the auction. And at this time, in the VIP room of West Sea City, Lord's advisor, Ling Yu, stood two ashen-faced middle-aged men. Who killed Ling Yu? A green-robed old man said. That person is called Gu Fei. The other black-robed old man said. What is this guy's background? The green-robed old man frowned and asked. He is the old city lord's friend. The black-robed old man said respectfully. The green-robed old man was startled. He didn't expect this guy to be friends with the old city lord who suddenly came back. This was a bit troublesome. Don't leak the news, the green-robed old man ordered. Yes, the black-robed old man quickly said. Steward phone, not good. At this time, a white-robed young man rushed in. What is it now? The two old men were getting impatient. You guys better go and take a look. The white-robed young man's voice trembled. What are you panicking for? Lead the way. The black-robed old man said loudly to the white-robed young man. Yes, yes, yes. The white-robed young man quickly turned and walked out of the VIP room. When the two old men saw that the VIP lounge was in a mess and blood was everywhere, they were shocked. Who died? Looking at the VIP room that looked like a battlefield, the two old men were shocked and angry. It's young Master Long, the white-robed young man said with difficulty. What? The two old men were shocked. They didn't expect that the one who died was young Master Long. That was in existence from the West Sea Dragon clan. This was definitely going to pierce the heavens. What should we do? The two old men didn't know what to do. Block the news. Wait until the auction is over. The green-robed old man said. All right, let's do it like that. The black-robed old man nodded. This auction was held by the West Sea Trading Group, which was a big force in the West Sea. After the pirates obtained good things, they would sell them for money. There were also many pirates who gave the treasures to the West Sea Trading Group to auction. The auction continued, but no one knew that the people in the two VIP rooms had been killed. The next item is a dagger, a saint weapon that can cut through iron like mud. The starting bid is 30,000 low-grade immortal crystals. The host of this auction was a young woman. All right, this Taoist friend bids 31,000 low-grade immortal crystals. $32,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Very soon, the price of the dagger rose to 6,000 low-grade immortal crystals, and the price was still rising. 60,000. Gu Fei shouted impatiently. 60,000. This fellow Taoist has bid 60,000. Are there any other bids? 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice, 60,000 going thrice sold. Following the beautiful hostess's final decision, Gu Fei used 60,000 low-grade immortal crystals to bid for the dagger he wanted. Even though 60,000 immortal crystals were low-grade immortal crystals, it was still a huge sum of money. One must know that even in the eternal world, ordinary cultivators did not have the qualifications to use immortal crystals for cultivation. Gu Fei paid the money and took the dagger. After getting the item, Gu Fei left the auction hall and returned to his residence. He took out the dagger and looked at it carefully. Saint weapon? Gu Fei smiled and did not think much of it. He grabbed the dagger and squeezed it. Kacha! The dagger in his hand broke? No, it was just a layer on the surface of the dagger that broke. An extreme aura seeped out from the dagger in Gu Fei's hand. This was the true appearance of the dagger. It's just as I expected. Gu Fei was very satisfied. He went straight into the cultivation room to study his dragon bloodstone. There was something strange about that dragon bloodstone. With the end of the auction, an explosive news spread throughout West Sea City. Young Master Long is dead? How is that possible? Don't joke around. It's true. One of my brothers saw the miserable state of young Master Long in the VIP room with his own eyes. It was like Azura hell. Who was so powerful? Everyone was curious. One must know that young Master Long was not an ordinary disciple of an aristocratic family. He was a member of the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan was peerless. Young Master Long died in the West Sea City. The West Sea Dragon clan naturally would not let it go. Not many people paid attention to the news of Ling Yu dying in the VIP room of the auction hall. Not long after, the news of Marquis West Sea's return spread. When Marquis West Sea returned, the first thing he heard was that young Master Dragon had died. This shocked him greatly. How did he die? At this time, Marquis West Sea was really troubled. Moreover, Ling Yu's death made him even more furious. Ling Yu had been with him for more than 10 years, giving him advice and advice. In the end, he even became the city lord. But now, Ling Yu was actually dead. When Marquis West Sea knew that his #1 advisor Ling Yu and young Master Long of the West Sea Dragon clan, he immediately went to his father Wang Xian's residence in anger and quarreled with him. Wang Xian did not allow Marquis West Sea to touch Gu Fei. In the end, Marquis West Sea could only leave. Marquis West Sea naturally did not dare to make a move on his father. One must know that his father was now the #1 expert of the West Sea City. Even he was not his opponent. Soon, the people of the West Sea Dragon clan arrived. Hand over the murder. Otherwise, everyone in the city will die. The old man of the West Sea Dragon clan said angrily. His voice spread throughout the entire West Sea City. Hearing this voice, everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. Who do you think you are? A voice suddenly came out. Then, a figure walked out from the crowd. He looked up at the experts of the West Sea Dragon clan in the sky and sneered. He was Gu Fei. You go to hell. The experts of the West Sea Dragon clan did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. As he spoke, he directly punched at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei also punched up. The two fists collided in an instant, causing a muffled sound. A powerful energy wave spread out, and the surrounding people were sent flying. They saw that Gu Fei's feet had already sunk into the ground, while the experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were sent flying high up in the sky. Gu Fei immediately rushed up to the sky and killed the guy in the sky. This battle came too fast and too sudden. Everyone in the city was shocked to see the two figures fighting in the sky. This guy is simply a troublemaker. Wang Xian saw that Gu Fei started fighting without saying a word. He couldn't help but be speechless. Chapter 47:57. The West Sea Dragon clan was a powerful clan in the western sea of the celestial continent. The dragon clan of the eternal world was very strong. An adult dragon clan had a cultivation base and combat power comparable to a sacred level expert. The ancestral dragon of the dragon clan was a supreme existence in the eternal realm. In the eternal world, there seemed to be no bloodline shackles. The descendants of the ancestral dragon could also become an extreme Tao supremacy and have the opportunity to become an eternal realm ancestral dragon. The Western Sea Dragon clan was just a branch of the eternal world's dragon clan. However, even though it was just a branch, it still had an eternal level ancestral dragon. Gu Fei had killed young Master Dragon and thoroughly offended the West Sea Dragon clan. When the news reached the West Sea Dragon clan, the entire clan was enraged. The clan leader of the West Sea Dragon clan, the Eternal Realm Ancestral Dragon, was especially furious. because young Master Dragon was a descendant of the clan leader of the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan directly sent a half-step Eternal Realm expert to West Spirit Island to avenge young Master Dragon. However, no one could have imagined that Gu Fei could fight a half-step Eternal Realm expert endlessly. They fought from the sky to the starry sky, and from the starry sky to the outer endless sea. The battle between Gu Fei and the West Sea Dragon clan expert caused a sensation on West Spirit Island. Countless powerful creatures jumped out to watch the battle. It should be known that it was rare to see a battle of this level on West Spirit Island. In particular, Marquis West Sea and Wang Xian rushed out to watch the battle in the sky. "Who the hell are you?" The more the West Sea Dragon clan expert fought, the more shocked he became. Although his opponent's cultivation base was only at the peak of the extreme Tao, his Tao body was extremely powerful. His attacks landed on this guy's body, but he couldn't hurt him at all. The heart of this expert from the West Sea Dragon clan was definitely on the verge of collapse. Dad's friend is amazing. Marquis West Sea was an Eternal Realm existence. He could see the truth of the battle at a glance. That guy called Gu Fei was simply toying with the West Sea Dragon clan expert. The old dragon of the West Sea is not to be trifled with. When Wang Xian saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Gu Fei was his friend. If the West Sea Elder Dragon were to make a move personally, he would have to fall out with the West Sea Elder Dragon. The West Sea wasn't peaceful at this time. The West Sea Dragon tribe, West Spirit Island, and the Eternal Godly Dynasty were competing against each other. On the surface, the Eternal Divine Dynasty was at a disadvantage and had to compromise with West Spirit Island. Before this, the relationship between West Spirit Island and the West Sea Dragon tribe was still all right. However, after the incident with young Master Long, West Spirit Island and the West Sea Dragon tribe would definitely become enemies. This was not a good thing for West Spirit Island. Gu Fei didn't care about any of this. He couldn't be bothered with any conspiracy or power struggles. As long as they didn't provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. However, if you provoke me, then I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. You are not qualified to know who I am. Gu Fei punched out with a violent force, sending the powerful being of the West Sea Dragon race flying for tens of thousands of miles before plunging into the sea. Trying to escape through water, Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared above the place where the West Sea Dragon race expert had fallen into the sea. Then he stomped his foot down. Boom! The seawater sank, and a huge footprint appeared on the surface of the sea. Below the footprint, a huge dragon was struggling violently, but it was all in vain. Gu Fei stomped the half-step Eternal Realm expert of the West Sea Dragon clan into the seabed. When they saw this scene, the powerful creatures watching from afar were all indescribably shocked. This fellow was unknown, so where did he come from? Gu Fei was definitely a stranger in the West Sea, but in the past few days, even the ordinary people of West Sea City had heard of his name. This was because this guy had killed young Master Long. The West Sea Dragon tribe was a powerful race that even the Eternal Divine Dynasty didn't dare to provoke. Of course, the current Eternal Divine Dynasty was different from the past. After the death of the Eternal Divine Dynasty's patriarch, the imperial family of the Eternal Divine Dynasty had latched onto the martial extreme immortal sect. However, not only did the Eternal Divine Dynasty's strength not weaken, but it became even stronger with the support of the martial extreme immortal sect. One had to know that the martial extreme immortal sect was the top force in the eternal world. Roar! At this time, the huge dragon that Gu Fei had stomped into the bottom of the sea roared angrily, and the half-step eternal level power erupted from its body. Still fierce, Gu Fei stomped down again, causing the huge dragon to doubt its life. Human, let me go. Otherwise, you won't be able to live either. A voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was the huge dragon that Gu Fei had stomped into the bottom of the sea. It was sending a voice transmission to Gu Fei. How dare you threaten me? I'm going to eat dragon soup today. Gu Fei swooped down from the sky and knocked the huge dragon out with a punch. Eat dragon soup? Everyone was speechless. Gu Fei dragged the huge dragon out of the sea. It was a pale, golden dragon with a pair of ancestral dragon horns. Its body was like a mountain ridge, and the dragon might it exuded was enough to make the hearts of extreme Tao experts palpitate. Everyone watched as Gu Fei dragged the huge dragon to a mountain ridge outside West Sea City. Then he took out a huge cauldron and started a fire to cook dragon soup. My God, this guy really dares. The old dragon of the West Sea Dragon clan is probably going to go crazy. Dragon soup? This guy is a freak. Who would dare do something so crazy? Everyone who saw this scene was inexplicably shocked. That was a half-step eternal existence of the West Sea Dragon clan. This guy called Gu Fei was really going to cook an expert of the West Sea Dragon clan. This guy had formed an irreconcilable feud with the West Sea Dragon clan. Gu Fei didn't care so much. He directly put the huge dragon into the mountain river cauldron. Then he took out the spring water of the divine spring of life from his inner world and drew out the primal chaos, divine fire from the mountain river cauldron. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Fuck, he's really doing it. Damn, this guy is really bold. Awesome, please accept my knee. My brother is awesome. The surrounding people were in an uproar. That was a half-step eternal realm true dragon. Was this guy called Gu Fei really going to cook dragon soup with that dragon? Haha, brother, you're so bold. You did what I didn't dare to do. At this time, a loud laugh sounded, and a figure appeared on the mountain where Gu Fei was. Hey, brother, you also like this? Gu Fei laughed. The person who came was Wang Xian. Dragon soup. That taste, I've never eaten it before. Wang Xian was a little embarrassed. He had some scruples because the dragon clan was too powerful in the eternal world. Who would dare to cook dragon soup like Gu Fei? Chapter 4758. The news that Gu Fei was cooking dragon soup on the mountain outside West Sea City spread. The entire West Sea was in an uproar. Countless pirates and experts from overseas were shocked by this news. Roar! At this time, on the mountain outside West Sea City, a dragon's roar came from a cauldron. Gu Fei calmly guided the primordial divine fire to cook the dragon in the cauldron. Rays of light rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. Above the cauldron, the dragon energy was vast and mighty, and there was the vague shadow of a dragon. If it was in the heavenly realm or the human realm, Gu Fei would naturally not touch the dragon race. After all, the old turtle was also a dragon. However, the dragon race in eternal world should not have any blood relations with the dragon race in the human realm or heavenly realm. Release me, or else when my ancestor comes, you will die without a burial place. The dragon's divine sense came from the cauldron. Really? I'm so scared. Huh. Gu Fei laughed. That old dragon of the West Sea does have some ability. Wang Xian said to Gu Fei seriously, No fear. Since I dared to cook this guy, I am not afraid of the West Sea Dragon clan. Gu Fei spoke of money disapprovingly. What a big tone. At this time, another figure appeared on the mountain. Gu Fei looked up and saw that this person looked like Wang Xian. There was no need to ask, this guy was the leader of the West Sea Pirates, Marquis of West Sea. Marquis of West Sea wore a golden crown and an embroidered robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Every move he made exuded an imposing aura. What? You don't even call me father? Wang Xian looked at Marquis of West Sea with a sullen face. Humph. I only have a mother, no father. Marquis of West Sea said coldly. Sigh. Wang Xian sighed and did not say anything. By the time he was banished to the ancestral plane, his wife was already pregnant. Due to that, he was unable to even witness the birth of their child before leaving eternal world. This was Wang Xian's lifelong regret. His son was raised by his mother, but he had never been a father for a day. He had never done what a father should do, so it was understandable that his son did not acknowledge him. "Is that what your mother taught you?" Gu Fei couldn't stand it anymore. This guy actually didn't recognize his own father. This wasn't something a son could do. One had to know that a father was a father, and he wouldn't recognize him unless it was necessary. "TSK, who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me?" Marquis West Sea sneered. "If it wasn't for your father, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me?" Gu Fei said disdainfully, "Huh." Marquis West Sea laughed and said sarcastically, "Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a half-step eternal true dragon. In front of me, you're just an ant. Brother, help me look after the fire. I'll help you teach your unfilial son a lesson." As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up. This Wang Xian wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Haha, you want to teach me a lesson? Did I hear that right?" Marquis West Sea laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Follow me if you have the guts." After saying that, Gu Fei rushed into the sky from the mountain top and directly entered the starry sky. "Since you're looking for trouble, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish." Marquis West Sea also rushed into the sky and entered the starry sky. Boom! Without saying much, the two started fighting in the starry sky. Sky trampling. Gu Fei immediately used the eternal law that he had created. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above the Marquis of the West Sea's head. Then he stomped down. Rumble! Terrifying energy waves surged out from beneath his feet, causing spatial ripples to appear one after another in the space below him. Eternal law. Marquis West Sea was taken aback. He felt as if the void around him had solidified, and he couldn't dodge this guy's stomp at all. Raging tide of the sea. Marquis West Sea roared and directly punched upwards. A powerful eternal level fist force erupted from his fist like a raging sea, surging with unstoppable momentum. Bam! The fist and the leg collided, and a terrifying energy storm spread out with the two of them as the center. Wherever the energy storm passed, stars shattered in the void one after another. The two figures instantly separated. How is this possible? Marquis West Sea was extremely shocked. His right fist was trembling. Although his opponent was only at the peak of the extreme grade, his strength was extremely tyrannical. He could actually fight against an eternal one like him. Gu Fei had an eternal Tao constitution, and his strength was tyrannical to the extreme. Ordinary eternal ones were probably no match for him. "You're only SOSO. Gu Fei said calmly. "What did you say?" Marquis West Sea was furious. This guy was too despicable. Did he think that he could teach him a lesson just because he called his father brother? What a joke. Come on, let's have a good fight. Gu Fei used the secret technique of rising to heaven. With his current cultivation, if he didn't use the secret technique of rising to heaven, he was naturally no match for this guy. However, the secret technique of rising to heaven had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. If he was not careful, his vitality would be greatly damaged. However, he had no other choice. An unimaginably powerful wave of power erupted from Gu Fei's body, and the endless spiritual energy of the starry sky frantically gathered towards him. His cultivation was infinitely close to the eternal realm. Interesting. Marquis West Sea stared at Gu Fei, his fighting spirit surging. "Come on." Gu Fei hooked his finger at Marquis West Sea. Arrogant. Marquis West Sea instantly disappeared into the void. Huh. Gu Fei's heart moved. The next moment, he also disappeared into the void. Many experts who entered the starry sky to watch the battle were shocked when they saw the scene. They couldn't even capture the trajectory of the two people. Bam! Boom! Two figures constantly flashed in the void. Every time they flashed, an incomparably loud sound rang out in the void. So fast! Countless experts who watched the battle were shocked. While Gu Fei and Marquis West Sea were fighting on the mountain outside West Sea City, Wang Xian was helping Gu Fei cook the dragon soup, but his attention was on the battle in the starry sky. One had to admit that Gu Fei was really abnormal. He was only at the peak of the extreme grade, but he dared to compete with a true eternal expert. If it was an ordinary peak existence, he would have been beaten by Marquis West Sea. At this time in the West Sea Dragon Clan's ancestral court, a roar sounded, and then a huge dragon shadow appeared in the sky. I want to see who dares to kill the disciples of my West Sea Dragon Clan. An old voice came from the West Sea Dragon Clan's ancestral court. Chapter 47:59. Gu Fei was fighting against Marquis of West Sea. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson on behalf of Wang Xian. Two figures were moving quickly in the starry sky. Their speed was so fast that even powerful creatures at the extreme Tao Supreme level would find it difficult to capture their figures. Boom! Bam! Muffled, thunderous sounds kept ringing. The two figures kept colliding. Wherever they passed, a star was directly smashed by them. This made the dark starry sky look like blooming bright fireworks. How could this guy named Gu Fei is not even an eternal sovereign, but he can fight with Marquis of West Sea, who is in the eternal realm. Two heaven-defying, countless powerful experts who were watching from the side couldn't help but be speechless when they saw this scene. Is this all you have? Gu Fei said while attacking. You dare to look down on me? Marquis of West Sea was angry. He was actually looked down on by a guy who was not even an eternal sovereign. How could this be? Immeasurable. Marquis of West Sea roared. The starry sky trembled, and endless world force gathered towards him. He blasted a palm towards Gu Fei opposite him. The palm force was extremely powerful, like endless waves sweeping towards Gu Fei. One saber to separate the path of life and death. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and the peerless, ominous saber appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he directly slashed forward. Buzz! The peerless, ominous saber hummed, and the bright saber light directly split the violent palm force of Marquis of West Sea. In an instant, it slashed towards Marquis of West Sea. Ouch! Brother Gu, be careful, don't hurt my boy. On the top of the mountain outside West Sea City, Wang Xian, who was watching the fire for Gu Fei, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. At this time, on the top of the mountain, there was no more movement in the mountain and river cauldron. The aura of the true dragon also disappeared, as if it was really refined. Was it really cooked into a cauldron of dragon soup? Clang! A metallic clang resounded through the starry skies. Even the people in West Sea City could hear it. Marquis West Sea also used his weapon. His weapon was a halberd. He swung it horizontally and directly blocked Gu Fei's blade. However, the Marquis of the West Sea did not have enough strength, and he was sent flying by Gu Fei's saber. Good fellow, I underestimated you. Marquis West Sea was shocked and furious. He immediately charged at Gu Fei. The two experts started fighting again. It wouldn't be easy to determine a victor. Marquis West Sea was an eternal, while Gu Fei had only used the Ascension secret art to forcibly increase his power level. Gu Fei's battle prowess could not be sustained for long. Once the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret technique was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. At that time, he would be tortured by the Marquis of the West Sea. Heaven treading steps. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. For a moment, Marquis of the West Sea was forced to retreat, as if he was suppressing the Marquis of the West Sea. Heavens, is there such a thing? All the spectators were dumbfounded. This guy named Gu Fei's battle prowess was too heaven-defying. This had already surpassed everyone's imagination. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and the Marquis of the West Sea were fighting fiercely, an ancient palace suddenly rushed out from the void. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the ancient palace, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Who dares to kill the descendants of my West Sea Dragon race. An old voice came from the ancient palace. A powerful killing intent appeared between heaven and earth, causing Gu Fei's heart to tremble. The old ancestor of the West Sea Dragon race is here? Haha, now there's another good show to watch. Is the West Sea Dragon race finally going to make a move? At this time, countless spectators were shocked. The West Sea Dragon race was a peerless and powerful race in the West Sea. Almost no one dared to provoke them. But now, a guy named Gu Fei dared to kill the Dragon Prince of the West Sea Dragon race. Now, he even put a half-step eternal expert of the West Sea Dragon race into the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a great hatred that would not rest until one party died. Bam! At this time, Gu Fei and the Marquis of the West Sea exchanged a palm strike. The two separated in an instant, and then stared at the ancient palace that suddenly appeared. "Who is Gu Fei? Come out and die." The old voice rang out from the ancient palace again. "This daddy is Gu Fei." Gu Fei stepped forward. "Kill." Without any superfluous words, the existence in the ancient palace directly attacked Gu Fei. A beam of divine light directly rushed out of the ancient palace, directly piercing towards Gu Fei at extreme speed. Even Gu Fei couldn't dodge it. Puff! With a flash of blood, Gu Fei managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, but he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. Could it be that the guy in the ancient palace was the same as Wu Tianheng, a super antique who achieved the Tao in ancient times? Eternal Tao body? Interesting. Seeing that he couldn't kill Yishiwen in one blow, the existence in the ancient palace attacked again. Rumble! A big hand appeared in the starry sky, directly grabbing at Gu Fei. Tyrannical power fluctuations surged out from the big hand, and the big hand instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Swish! Just when Gu Fei was about to be caught by the big hand, a sword light slashed up from below, directly splitting the big hand in half. Who is it? Who dares stop me from killing this kid? The existence in the ancient palace was enraged. It's me, West Sea's old dragon. Long time no see. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Gu Fei. Thank you for saving me, old brother. Gu Fei cupped his fists towards the figure. It's nothing. Wang Xian smiled. You are Wang Xian? How could you? The existence in the ancient palace was taken aback. Wang Xian had made his debut in ancient times and achieved the Tao in the later stages of ancient times. He was from the same era as West Sea's old dragon. However, Wang Xian and the other two had been expelled from Eternal World. For super antiques like West Sea's old dragon and Wu Tianheng, this was no secret. Eternal World was not the only great world. However, there were very few passageways connecting Eternal World to other great worlds. Not to mention, they were also very unstable. Even eternal ones would find it very dangerous to pass through the barrier between worlds. If they weren't careful, they could be seriously injured or even killed. Did you think I wouldn't be able to return? Wang Xian stared at the ancient palace hovering in the starry sky and said coldly, Humph, so what if you're back? What can you change? West Sea's old dragon sneered. Did you take action back then? Wang Xian suddenly asked. Since you've already guessed it, why bother asking me? West Sea's old dragon's voice turned cold. Fine. Today, we'll settle old and new grudges together. Chapter 4760. Only a handful of people in Eternal World knew about the secret of the past. Those who were qualified to know about it were existences capable of shaking the entire world with just a single step. Not even Gu Fei could have guessed that one of the masterminds behind the banishment of Wang Xian to the ancestral plane was this West Sea Patriarch. West Sea Patriarch had lived for countless years and was a super ancient existence in Eternal World. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fei had gone too far this time, wanting to turn his descendants into dragon soup, he would not have come out. An ancient temple hovered in the sky. exuding an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura. The surface of the temple was filled with the marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. It was a war temple. The entire war temple was an eternal Tao artifact. With West Sea Patriarch presiding over it, the Dragon Temple was united and few could match it. Wang Xian, since you have returned to Eternal World, you should be hiding and struggling at death's door. To think that you would dare return to the West Sea. Do you want to be banished again? West Sea Patriarch's aged voice rang out from within the war temple. TCH. Hearing that, Wang Xian revealed a look of disdain. Those fellows from back then, how many of them could survive until now? Are you trying to scare me? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? After saying that, Wang Xian raised his middle finger at the war temple. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? I alone can take you down. West Sea Patriarch laughed. If so, come and try. Wang Xian stared at the war temple, gnashing his teeth. Back then, those fellows had destroyed his family and separated his family. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Now that he had encountered them here, he would not rest until one of them died. Kill! West Sea Patriarch roared furiously. Next, countless ancient Tao runes emerged from the surface of the ancient war temple. Every single one of the Tao runes shone with dazzling divine light. Streaks of extremely sharp blades of light shot out from the war temple, blotting out the sky as they slashed towards the Emperor Xian. Brother, it's up to you now. Gu Fei simply backed away. This was a fight between peerless existences at the peak of Eternal World. Even Gu Fei would be wounded, if not dead. Afraid that you'll bite me? As soon as the Emperor Profound Realm fist appeared, the entire world seemed to freeze. A terrifying pressure burst forth, causing the surrounding stars to explode one after another. The destructive light illuminated the dark, starry sky. 9 heavens, 10 earths, supremacy fist. Wang Xian exhaled and roared, directly punching out. Rumble! The violent fist force surged forward, causing the void to tremble. The countless light blades that came slashing down from all directions were directly shattered in the void. Boom! Emperor Xian's fist force landed on the battle hall. Like the beating of a war drum, the battle hall was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Inside the battle hall, the West Sea Old Dragon was shocked. He didn't expect Wang Xian's cultivation to have improved so much that he could shake his battle hall. 9 heavens, 10 earths, supremacy fist. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Xian's punch. This was definitely an eternal level fist technique. Its power was so great that it seemed to be comparable to his extremity-breaking fist. The other spectators were also shocked to see the scene. Peerless true dragon, one sword to break the universe. In the battle hall, the West Sea Old Dragon bellowed. In the next moment, a huge sword shadow rushed out from the battle hall and slashed at Wang Xian. This sword was fast, ruthless, and absolute. When the sword was unleashed, the sky and earth changed. In an instant, it slashed in front of Wang Xian, leaving him no time to dodge. Clang! With the sound of metal colliding, the old dragon of the West Sea's peerless sword slashed at a shield, leaving a sword mark on it. Kill! After blocking this sword strike, Wang Xian directly attacked the battle temple. It was another fist of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The unique and righteous fist. Both of his fists smashed towards the battle hall. This move was much more powerful than the previous one. Wang Xian's fist seemed to be able to shatter the universe and shatter everything. Boom! The battle hall was blasted away again. Damn it! The West Sea Old Dragon roared in anger. The other party's extremely overbearing fist technique could actually suppress him. To him, this was definitely a humiliation. Kill, kill, kill. The West Sea Old Dragon's hoarse voice reverberated throughout the starry sky. Countless phantoms rushed out from the battle hall, all of them directly pouncing towards the Emperor Profound Realm Cultivator, an energy wave so powerful that even extreme Tao experts felt their hearts palpitate erupted. This is when Gu Fei saw this move of the West Sea Old Dragon, his eyes lit up. This battle hall seemed to have the same effect as his mountain and river cauldron. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were also countless beast shadows. These beasts could also transform and attack the enemy. Boom! Wang Xian's supremacy fist of the 9 heavens, 10 earths was executed, and one shadow after another was blasted away in the void. Bam! At this moment, the entire battle hall collided with Wang Xian, sending him flying. Roar! Wang Xian roared and charged back. The 2 experts fought fiercely. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. Countless stars exploded in the void like fireworks in the starry sky. These 2 guys, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Wang Xian could rescue him from Wu Tianheng. If it were an ordinary eternal expert, he would have been killed by the West Sea Old Dragon." Marquis West Sea also stood in the void, staring at the battle in front of him in disbelief. His father's battle strength was undeniable, but those people behind the scenes seemed to be even stronger. This battle was destined to not be so easy to determine the winner and loser. At this time, on a mountain outside the West Sea City, someone was staring at the huge cauldron that Gu Fei was using to cook the dragon soup. The dragon soup was already cooked, and the meaty fragrance wafting out from the mouth of the cauldron made people want to eat it. The mouth of the cauldron was surrounded by bursts of divine light. This was a dragon soup cooked with a half-step eternal realm true dragon. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Even a mouthful of this supreme treasure liquid could increase the cultivation of an extreme Tao realm existence by a lot. So heavy. At this time on the mountain, a black iron tower-like man wanted to carry the ancient cauldron, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the cauldron at all. "Old bear, can you do it?" A guy with a protruding mouth and ape-like chin ridiculed him. "If I can't do it, then you do it." The black iron tower-like man roared at that guy. "If I want to do it, then I'll do it. Get out of my way." The guy with a protruding mouth and ape-like chin walked forward and grabbed one of the cauldron's legs. "Rise." The cauldron didn't move. "Damn it, get up." That guy exerted all his strength, and his body's yuan qi was mighty, but the cauldron still didn't move. "I can't handle it." This guy was also defeated. All a bunch of trash. Chapter 4761. Above the West Sea region of the Eternal World, in the starry sky, Emperor Profound and West Sea Elder Dragon fought endlessly, one after another. Huge stars shattered in the starry sky. The dim starry sky was illuminated by sudden flashes of light from time to time. Gu Fei was watching the battle in the starry sky. This was a battle between the strongest experts in the Eternal Realm, attracting the attention of countless big shots. Those blurry divine will incarnations also appeared nearby. These were the divine will incarnations of Eternal Realm experts. Just as the battle in the starry sky was locked in a stalemate on West Spirit Island, on Short Mountain outside West Sea City, a group of people had their eyes on Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. A bunch of trash. A young man in embroidered clothes appeared on the mountain top. "What did you say?" The black iron tower-like man was instantly enraged. Although it was difficult for them to move the ancient cauldron, they were definitely not trash, because their boss was a half-step extreme Tao existence. "Humph!" The young man sneered. With a wave of his right hand, the black iron tower-like man was immediately sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone on the mountaintop was shocked. Extreme Tao Supreme? The monkey-like guy stared at the young man. "Friend, you seem to be going a bit too far." At this time, another young man walked out from the crowd. He walked like a dragon and tiger with an extraordinary aura. So what if I'm going too far? The young man in embroidered clothes did not put these guys on the mountaintop in his eyes at all. You. The other young man was shocked and angry. Scram! The young man in embroidered clothes roared at the young man opposite him. The terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding void to ripple. The young man's ears were shaken to the point of bleeding. Some of the guys behind him with lower cultivation were directly shaken unconscious. Let's go! The young man shouted, turned around, and left without any hesitation. Everyone hurriedly picked up the unconscious guys on the ground and chased after him. Hong Hao, you're so mighty! At this time a sneer was heard. Then a figure appeared on the mountain top. Xianqing. When the young man in embroidered clothes saw who it was, his face immediately sank. Hee, there's still me. Another figure appeared on top of the mountain. 3 youthful existences appeared beside the mountain river cauldron. It really is dragon soup. Just smelling it can extend one's lifespan by a few years. The youth named Xianqing exclaimed. He wanted to take the dragon soup, but he was shocked to discover that the cauldron had actually sealed the thing inside. If he wanted to take the thing inside the cauldron, he would have to break the seal. What do you want? That Qing called Hong Hao charged towards Xianqing. Humph. Xianqing was very unhappy that she couldn't get the dragon soup from the cauldron, so she directly vented her anger on Hong Hao. Kill! Xianqing attacked right away. A beam of blade light appeared, and an extremely sharp blade, qi, sliced through the air, slashing down towards Hong Hao's head in an overbearing manner. You're courting death. Hong Hao was instantly enraged. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a sword light that collided with the saber light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The sword light and the saber light were repelled at the same time. The 2 supreme experts began to fight. Haha, go ahead and fight. The other youth laughed and reached out to grab the mountain river cauldron. However, in the next moment, the youth was shocked to see that the ancient cauldron didn't move at all. This made him extremely shocked. Feng Qin, what do you want? Seeing this, Hong Hao was both shocked and enraged. He also charged towards Feng Qin. You 2 lunatics! The youth named Feng Qin immediately retreated. He didn't want to be involved in the fight, but Feng Qin couldn't just do whatever he wanted. The 3 extreme grade supremes were engaged in a great battle. Violent waves of energy spread out, causing the entire mountain to shake and dust to fly. However, the mountain river cauldron that stood tall on the ground remained unmoved. All the young experts who witnessed this scene were inexplicably shocked. In fact, without Gu Fei's approval, who would really have the ability to take the mountain river cauldron away, Gu Fei wasn't afraid that someone would take the mountain river cauldron away because it was his Tao artifact. Even if it was in supreme expert, it would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this time in the starry sky, Wang Xian was fighting the West Sea Old Dragon. He was extremely ferocious, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths supremacy fist even shook the starry sky. However, the West Sea Old Dragon had lived for countless years. His battle experience and trump cards weren't something that an ordinary eternal expert could compare to. Moreover, the West Sea Old Dragon's Tao artifact was a war temple. Boom! Bam! Dull, thunderous sounds of collisions kept ringing out, and the 2 peak eternal powers kept clashing against each other. The people watching the battle felt their eardrums hurting from the vibrations. The outcome is about to be decided. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He used to be an eternal expert, so he naturally knew how terrifying an eternal expert was. Whether it was the West Sea Old Dragon or Wang Xian, they still had trump cards. The only one punch. Wang Xian roared. In the next moment, his long hair danced in the wind as he desperately punched at the war temple. The terrifying only one punch erupted. Bam! Wang Xian's fist fiercely smashed against the war temple. Then, tiny cracks appeared on the war temple. Damn it! The West Sea Old Dragon, who was hiding in the war temple, was shocked and furious. He was once again sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, but he immediately rushed back. The true dragon's supreme sword, the old dragon of the West Sea, roared angrily as he fought back. Powerful swordsmanship power burst forth from the temple. Countless beams of light shot out from the temple, leaving behind hair-thin sword marks in the air wherever they passed. However, the void sword scars quickly disappeared. With their level of cultivation, they could indeed break through the void. However, the void here was very stable, and the broken void would be restored in an instant. Die! Wang Xian punched again, and the terrifying fist force instantly collided with the West Sea Old Dragon's supreme sword light. This was a huge collision. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in the void, and countless tiny cracks appeared in the void. However, the cracks soon disappeared, as if they had never appeared in the first place. A figure and a war temple were sent flying at the same time. Once again, neither could suppress the other. If they continued to fight, there would only be one outcome. Both sides would suffer. At this moment, both of them were in a killing frenzy. It was difficult for them to stop. "You are qualified to make me come out and fight,"